Hello and welcome to the stream and welcome to the YouTube and welcome to Pride Month. I have the automatic gay on my vehicle.
I don't actually have the gay yet. Oh,
yeah, I forgot to quiet the stream on my laptop. It does kind of sound like a gay German.
It is a gay German, I was just gonna say that.
Today I am exploring my heritage. Very good.
What is your heritage gay German?
Technically, it's Limburg, but
Is it gay Limburg?
They rainbows happen in Limburg. It's good enough.
Damn,
but yeah,
it's hard.
It's half German. It's like if you listen to the dialects, they're probably more German than Dutch. I'd say. Anyway, today today we're trying to pick up some of the last things that we don't have yet, and we're being gay. And you can, if you want, you can join the server with the stuff that's in the corner of the screen. And also, I made a cool, smart thing for my vehicle, and then forgot to actually make
What did you make?
I made a thing. Wait, I'm gonna show you, right? Oh wait,
no.
Now I can't show because it's on automatically. And that's also the wrong. Oh no.
Do eat the uranium.
No. Uranium isn't food.
There.
Also, I'm pretty sure that outside of us preparing, that's not a real thing, right?
No, I don't think it is.
For a bit of context for that, we always do or at least Stin does a voice exercise before the stream.
15, 20 things.
Yeah, and one of them is no, the uranium isn't food, and that's the only voice exercise that I partake in.
Yeah.
Because I reply, nom, the uranium is food.
If you ever wanted to know how to get ready for a stream like a real pro, eat uranium. Spectre!
Nom. Spectre! Also, I am very sad at how badly I was at remembering that Pride starts today. Because I would have done more if I could.
But what about that?
But next stream I am going to make sure that there's cool gay overlay. Yes, that will be what I do. The over gay.
Ooh. This one, no, don't undo that. That would be terrifying. If we wouldn't have the gay, then what would we have? Tell me.
Santa Claus.
He's gay, right? Is he?
Yeah. The gay man breaks into your home in the middle of December. What do you do?
I call Santa because Saint Nick is in my house.
I call him Santa.
I mean, they're kind of the same person-ish in some ways, and they have some kind of shared history.
True.
See, that's how they're gay. They have a shared history.
They're the same person. At least the same historical figure.
I was kind of, anyway.
I know. Also, how do you make plane not do whoop?
Depends. What does whoop mean?
It do whoop.
Oh, okay. Also, are we allowed to fly and drive and stuff straight today? Because it's Pride, so.
No, we fly gay, but we do not go curved.
Okay.
See, the thing is, you can fly in a line without being straight.
Okay, it's a gay line.
Yeah, it's a gay line.
It's a gay line, even though it's, it's like, it looks exactly like a straight line, but it's a gay line in reality.
No, it doesn't even look like a straight line. It looks like a gay line because there's a big gay flag behind you.
Well, but like, as in like the form of it, I guess.
No, the form is gay flag.
Yeah, but if you're stupid, you don't, if you're...
True.
Yeah.
Okay, specifically, if you are colorblind, then it still looks like a straight line.
Wait, are you saying that colorblind people can't discern between gay and straight people?
They can, just not between our line and the gay line. Because we use color to differentiate.
I have a gay line.
Yeah.
So my line is the gay, and yours as well. Our lines are the gay lines. So how? I mean, I guess that would mean that you wouldn't be able to differentiate between it, but that's not a special thing because they are the same thing. So no one in their sensible mind would be able to do that.
It just does not look at the airplane they're coming out of like, I wonder what this is.
But what? So,
we have different airplanes. People are going to be able to recognize who is who. Also, we do have different gay lines because you have 2 of them and I have 1.
Yes, I have the gayest
Which
of
is
lines.
great symbolism for you being bisexual and me being just gay.
Yes. See,
See,
we thought about things.
Sense.
We weren't just doing things that looked funny. We definitely thought about things, right?
No.
Oh. But you also have a gray line. You also have a gray line, so...
A gray line?
Yeah, from your... I suppose it's a dragon jet.
Oh, you
like,
can...
much shorter, but... Also
it is visible. Yeah, I did not see that, like, yet. No, that's just my farts. Sorry.
Stop farting in the air. That was not...
Where else am...
That was not a juxtaposition. Damn it. Funny juxtaposition joke, but then without the juxtaposition. Makes it just a funny joke.
It makes it just a position? What's juxtaposition again?
Juxtaposition is where there are 2 things that don't really fit together that you put together either way. For example, often a location and an object or a person to be in that location. Like,
Squidward on a chair.
I mean, he's sat on chairs before.
No.
And by chairs, I don't mean people's faces, because that would... What?
Squidward doesn't do sitting. Squid don't have ass.
I thought you were going to say for a second they don't have feet. Which I guess can also be considered true, but...
Actually, no, I'm pretty sure that those suction cups are quite often called feet.
Yeah, I keep... Because I believe octopuses... Octopodas, that's the word.
Crash.
Yeah, we crashed in air.
Yeah.
But I believe...
Also, I am missing like a couple of hull pieces, but I am fully capable of just keep flying without any problems, which is also pretty cool.
Literally frigid.
I didn't even lose my antlers.
Ant-manlers.
Remember, the airplane is strawberry pimp flavored?
I guess he does have antlers.
Yeah.
I love how I can take a fact and say, I guess that is true.
I guess you do have arms.
I guess he kind of is a bit of a strawberry pimp, kind almost, but you know.
I guess exist.
I do.
Anyway,
I guess therefore I am.
Let's start collecting some of them crates around.
Why did I repair if I have no broke?
Breakage.
Should we just go and like get whatever we find that we haven't done, or should we like go together and?
I think, except for the very top islands, basically all the stuff that we have, either the other person already has, or like it will be annoying to both try to get together.
Okay. I'll suppose that you are wiser than I am, which is generally the case.
And I am not wise at all.
Yeah, it's not a good sign.
It's very concerning.
Oh, that's not ooh.
If it's not ooh, then what is it?
I died. That was a satisfying roll, but it also killed me.
I'm not gonna finish it, but...
I don't even know what you were starting.
Good. Then copyright also won't, hopefully.
Okay. Just, just in case you want to be starting something, I didn't know what you wanted to be starting. Something.
I wasn't starting anything because then probably gonna get whoever wrote Hooked on a Feeling on our ass.
Hooked on a Feeling?
I don't know what the song actually is called. I can't like hum more of it because that would be incredibly stupid. But
what if you whistle more?
What if I just play the song?
It's hooked on. Then I don't have a clue what song that is. Maybe I just don't know that. That's true for most songs, honestly, that I know.
If you've watched Guardians of the Galaxy, then you should recognize it. I'm not sure if you have.
Watched it, but I don't know. Like I've only watched it one time. I like the movie, but I don't remember everything that was in the movie. So.
Yeah.
Hookah Chaka, Hookah Chaka. Is it a tribal song?
No. But the way you were doing it actually is pretty close to how the song goes.
Am I just the best musician in the world then? Oh, what's
likely?
What's
but
this then?
That does also.
Damn. I just became the best
mean,
musician in the world.
That does also mean that if you just see words and you start singing them and they're all real songs, then we are going to have to find a way around copyright.
I'm gonna just have to make more and more songs of my own that we can use during episodes, because if 99% of the songs in the world are my own songs, then we won't get copyright struck for them.
True. But then what if you play that 0.1% on accident?
Then we win.
Also, quite interesting, but you can, like, on the boss island, you can just drive most of the part.
I'm not sure what the boss island is.
Like, the island where the boss fight was?
Was there a boss fight?
Yeah, the thing with the cake?
Singing a song a cappella will not get struck. Really?
I'm not sure.
I don't...
Unless you're really good at singing, that's true, but...
Well, good
into that.
Good news, we are not good at singing, so I think we're fine.
But do you really not remember the end of the last episode where we fought like a big tower?
Oh,
we
true,
had to take
that
down
thing,
the shields
the
with
thing
all
where
the
we spawned.
airplanes.
that I literally looked at.
Yeah, the place
like,
where we spawn and stuff,
half of the time of preparing the street. Yeah.
the final boss fight.
Now that you say it, maybe I do have a slight recollection.
But you can, like, that entire mountain, you can just drive up with a car, which is really neat. I am being constantly shot at, but it's pretty much fine because they're not good at hitting small things on big mountain, especially if you go in and out of the mountain a lot.
Do you, first...
I don't.
Firstly, is that, what's a euphemism? Why did my brain forget what a euphemism was for a second? Is going in and out the mountain a euphemism?
No.
Oh, that would have been funny.
It would be. Okay, what is... Oh, I'm right underneath a blimp. Okay, that makes sense that I'm being shot at a lot.
Yes, does it? Do you think it would?
No.
Is there literally any chance in the world that it could possibly would mean that? Coodly.
Not really.
Coodly is what animals are. Go on. Turns into Gatling gun.
I love how you said that while I turned into my Gatling gun car.
Mountain. I mean, a mountain is a phallus symbol, right?
I'd say the mountain represents the foundation of the relationship.
I am going in and out the phallus. You are correct. Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, that's what I meant.
I mean, we know Stin is a great sound designer.
Yes. See, it's all coming together.
It's all coming.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
Anyway.
Any which way,
I
anyhow.
still really need a... Oh yeah, it's all coming together on my soundboard, don't I?
Don't you?
I do. I really do love every single time that I crash into something and my front wheels just happen to fall off, that my car's like, new target?
I got hit. I got hit on. Got him. I know.
Damn,
the
congrats.
funniest of jokes you have ever heard.
I love all the funnies.
For free by not us. Oh, damn. Something's smoking? Is that because it's broken, or... I think it was. They have upped their broken mechanics by making things smoke. Oh, no, that was the wrong button again.
Well, I'm pretty sure it first becomes like the yellowish, and then certain things can catch on fire and start to smoke. If I'm
Really?
correct.
I don't think anything was yellow. Oh, wait, I'm going totally the wrong direction.
Or if it's an enemy or you, that does change it. I'm pretty sure.
I was...
Because enemies
smoking.
aren't made of actual parts.
I was smoking hot. Yeah, them.
Why were you smoking? That's bad for your health. We do not condone smoking.
No,
Except
as in,
if it's the suit. I guess the suit is fine.
I guess the suit is fine, but still kind of uptight. And then uptight in a fancy sort of way, not in a bondage type of way. What? Don't even ask. That would be a thing humans do.
Questions.
Me when I question.
That is how asking works. The gay NA?
Where is the hole? That also sounded gay. Which, yeah.
Yep, this is just the gay stream. Oh, gay
Yeah.
DNA. Ah, that.
DNA. Gay DNA?
Yeah, I think you were probably doing like a spin which made your trail look like a DNA.
Oh, like a double
gay.
helix, yeah.
Yeah.
I suppose it's like, you know, double helix, dinotriphosphate. No, wait, that's a different thing. What am I?
Mario Party.
Wait. What is... Oh, that's just
Also,
ATP. What am I, stupid? Yeah.
It is really cool how this mountain, there's just
the
random
hole in this
holes you
mountain?
fall into, and then there's more stuff, and it's really, I love driving on this mountain. It's way cooler than flying around it.
I only just realized after the remark of the gay DNA that I also have gay on this vehicle, which is, of course, all the better.
Cool.
But I didn't realize that I had that smork. Where is it? Mount Smickle.
Where is?
What?
Where is? What are you
I am trying to find a hole in the mountain, which is definitely nothing to do with the phallus symbol.
Are you at the mountain?
Yeah, as in like a different mountain that has a hole.
Oh, okay.
But the mountain...
You're not at the Pirate Peak. Okay.
I don't know where this mountain hole is.
I mean, 5 nights at mountain.
Oh God.
I still can't wait till I finally get to play those games.
Yeah. That's gonna be fun.
It's going to be terrible.
It's going to be awesome, Gregory.
Gregory, where are your pants?
We have... For some reason, we have a bunch of things for when that's gonna happen.
Oh, we have so many things for when that's gonna happen. Be prepared for the chance of a lifetime.
Yeah.
Also,
or
not
don't be
going
prepared
to finish
and
that because Disney is really bad with copyrights.
That's kind of mean.
Honestly, from all the songs, I'd understand if certain songs you can just hum or like do a cappella and stuff without any copy strike things, but
Copy strike, right?
Disney is not going to be that lenient. You will accidentally play one note that appears in one of their songs exactly once, and they will copy strike your entire life and send you to federal prison for the rest of eternity.
I have been imprisoned because I played a E on a piano, which is an instrument they've also used before.
I guess I'll have to do all stream solo stream from now on because streaming in prison is illegal in 73 million countries across the globe. Honestly, including the Netherlands, the Nether of the Lands, Dutchland, Holland, land.
What the hell do we have to do with Holland? Am I right?
We're pretty close to North Holland, to be honest.
I guess so, but that's less funny for the joke.
Holland is still part of the Netherlands.
No. Since everyone started calling the Netherlands Holland, they have been kicked out of the Netherlands.
We've just disowned Holland.
Yeah. I should have been able to pronounce the G correctly.
You know,
tough butt fair. Yeah, we reign
all
with an
Dutch
iron
people will
fist.
agree.
Except for, you know, like 211s.
People from Holland? No, those are just gonna be happy that that they get to have their own country. I mean, I'd be happy to have my own country.
I wouldn't. Sounds like a lot of politicians.
True, but you can make fun politicians by having them all be cats.
They can all be gay furry cat femboys. Oh!
Yeah.
I will be.
And clown. They can also all be clown.
Yes, they can. They will be like clown, gay, godfer. They would be things.
Every
many
adjective.
things. They would also be having a head. Not to give head, just
they would
because they
be
would have
giving head.
I was literally just not demystifying, not declarifying. What's the word? Where is it offset?
How do you get this?
Why
This
is
is a
it
really
offset?
weird crate. It's like on a peak.
It's no longer offset.
Like it's on a little spike in the middle of the clouds, meaning you can't actually land to get it. So you have to fly over it and be close enough to get it. That's really interesting.
Una momento, scary. Oh, that mouse click is not what I meant to have as that button.
Also, what are you doing? Because I am trying to dogfight 7 planes at once.
I am trying to get the, now that I have found out how to
Oh
actually...
god, why did you fly into my tail? That's not how you... Stupid aeroplane.
Don't be so mean against arrows.
Sorry. Stupid sky plane.
Stupid aeroplanes.
Stupid, the oxygen plane.
Stupid breathe planes. Stop breathing.
Stop and breathe planing.
Will 69 initial inflation work? Is that... No,
Oh, with balloons, I was like, why are we talking about economics all this?
Yes, that was definitely an economics joke. Totally what I was going for.
I mean, I don't know how inflation actually works, but, you know.
You know, practically it means that things get more expensive. A lot of people think that it means that money becomes worth less, but that's just not true. That's, you know, you can buy less of the same stuff with the same amount of money because the stuff is worth more while the money stays the same amount. You know.
That depends if it's like global inflation or local inflation, right, though? I do know that.
What?
Like, I'm pretty sure global inflation means that just the general value of things goes up. Well, no, I'm not sure. Let's not do economics. I am not a smart person.
Why is... Oh, God. Oh, wait, am I stupid? I'm probably stupid. That sounds incredibly likely. No. Maybe
I really love that
stupid backwards.
As soon as I turn into my little air balloon, I kind of just... It swings itself forwards, which creates a lot of, like, drag, meaning it'll almost stop pretty quickly. Not instantly, but it will very quickly stop, which is fun.
Oh god, now I'm fast again.
It just has automatic air brakes.
Now it's weird. What? Why is it being so mean? Oh, I'm stupid. I am humunculus stupid. How stupid are homunculi?
Homunculi aren't really that stupid, to be honest. They don't exist, but that means they're
I'm
not
stupider than a
stupid.
thing that doesn't exist.
Damn. Oof.
Oof.
Or at least homunculi don't exist as far as we know.
So, I don't exist wait, no, I'm... Can we just go back to, like,
that probably
simple jokes that I can understand? My brain doesn't...
Shall we go back to economics?
Yes, thank you. So, technically what I want to say is an equilibrium is kind of comparable to a break-even point if you think about it. you know, in certain
money has value.
It's not entirely the same type of principle, really. They have some like incongruencies, but
I enjoy biting on the metal coin.
you are destroying. You slay. Yes, queen, slay.
Me when economics talk, I enjoy bite on metal coin. Please give me metal coin. I will do nom 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 nom.
Do you think Slayer, like the band, the metal band Slayer, got their name from, like, you know, they always said, yes, queen, slay.
No, they got it from the band Slayer.
Oh, that will make sense. Of course.
Yeah. Also,
Absolutely.
the original word slay, as in to kill, comes from gay people
Yeah.
having killer looks.
Yeah. You are gay, so you will slay.
Murder. 73 murder charges.
73 murder children. For clear
Murder charges
reasons.
at you at 5 miles an hour. What do you do?
Oh, I fly. Oh, I fly. That
Good
was
job.
not what I meant to do.
Oh hey, I for the first time I think since the very start of the stream see your name tag.
Oh, tasty.
I accidentally jumped out of my plane instead of transforming. And then I was like, huh, that's a bad idea, so I just got back into the plane. And I crashed it into a mountain.
I love the conclusion of that story. It's just like, it's like one of those stories where like, I was like, this isn't smart. I jumped out of my plane and got back in midair, and then I crashed.
The thing is, I was going almost straight up while I jumped out, meaning I just kind of stood on the cockpit. I was like, huh, neat. Maybe I should get back inside. It's getting breezy out here.
It's getting quack. What? Quack.
Why? Why is it getting thick yogurt?
I don't know. Probably the reason that I was thinking about that was because I had that in Finnish class today. I had to learn what
is it in
was.
Finnish?
I don't remember. That's the problem.
Well then, I guess you gotta take another Finnish class.
Oh, I'm
because you're
taking
not
Finnish.
Finished.
I'm taking a bunch of Finnish classes every day. On Duolingo, not sponsored.
Finisher.
But, you know...
Oh, that's where the
what was I gonna say again?
Chesty is.
Either way, Finnish things. Also, by the way, translation for English people. Kvark means quark. Like the food, not the subatomic particle.
Is that an actual thing?
According to the
exists
people who made the
in...
Finnish class, it is.
Huh. Oh yeah. I said finish her. That is exactly what I said.
What about finish him?
That doesn't work as a pun, actually. Sorry.
Oh.
So him from the Powerpuff Girls, you are not going to get finished.
Damn. So none of the song for the weekend. Wait, oh, I'm stupid. I get why my thing isn't working. It's going exactly the wrong direction. But then
I
not
thought you were
the song
gonna
by
say
Passenger.
it's missing every single engine.
It's missing literally everything. I am currently standing on a single 2x4 block. Why is this not flying?
I mean, it's not missing everything. It has a 2x4 block.
There wasn't a 2x4 block in the thing that I needed. Honestly, I'm not sure if this entire thing contains any 2x4s. By which I don't mean planks.
I mean, that just means bad design. Should have had more
Ooh,
2x4 blogs.
True, I should have been better at the game. That was an awesome
Also,
diss.
It is really weird that I have nothing that's very easily capable of dealing with the balloons.
Don't look at that. Oh god. I didn't mean... Oh no. Now it's... Oh no. Don't look at it. Stop looking at that. It's not...
What are you...
It's...
What are you doing?
I was trying to make my thing so that it... Like that it would be stable, but then I made it stable, but then it wasn't stable anymore.
I am very confused.
Yeah,
Okay.
It didn't
real
work.
quick, please vote for me. Is it a good idea to add cannons shooting straight up into the sky?
Depends. What?
Cannons.
Oh, that sounds pretty good.
Cool.
Innovation isn't found easily. Cannons.
I now have a cannon that shoots straight up into the sky, so I can finally deal with things that are straight above me.
Cool.
Stop being straight and stop being a top.
Yes. Well, no, but
you are not straight above me. Well, fuck. I guess this doesn't work.
Okay, so you can deal with things that are like probably in front of you, and things that are straight above
behind
you.
me. Yeah, in a direct line.
Oh, accidentally made a screenshot of awesomeness. Got him. Look at that balance.
I mean,
it's going down again.
I guess that's true, but
I'm literally just trying to perfectionalize the balloons. That's very good. But could it be better?
also I just really love the fact that I'm just adding more and more miniguns to this vehicle.
What about the big guns?
I don't think we need any bigger guns.
Stupid again. Carlos.
You've heard of Carlos. Get ready for Carlos, man.
Carlos, man. No Carlches.
After losing custody, he is now Carlos, man. I know what custody and cars have to do with each other, but they do now.
Yes. If someone loses their car, clearly they're not capable of taking care of it. So someone else needs to have the car.
True.
And then maybe they can have the dog or something.
This is the stupidest looking car now. I love this. This needs to be saved.
Cool.
Yes. You know, the more I add to this car, the better it gets.
Cool.
Would you like to see my car? I am driving over to your direction right now.
Is this not the same hole? Well, it is like it's the same hole as that, but not. There are two holes at like at 10 meters away from each. How is that? How do you do that?
Okay,
oh, there's a hole there. Oh,
I really just want to know what those weird star thingies actually do.
Like, today, I have, like, every single, like, every minute or so, I have thought of a different song of Passenger. First it was Wrong Direction, now it's Holes. What will be next? Also the Wrong Direction?
Music?
Am I going to be not so much brave as kind of stupid, but still trying to be brave, and then find oh god, is it the 68th element of the periodic table? I think I got the wrong hole. I spent so long trying to find that hole, and I was backwards. Oh, I was backwardsing. That was...
Get backward. Wait, I think we're looking for the same hole now.
Okay, it's like, there's a thing, there's
a power core and a crate, right? That you're looking for?
I'm sorry for entering the wrong hole. It's like, yeah, there's a power core on the floor, but there's also a crate right next to it, like 50 meters different distance or something. Here, I have found the hole. I found it before because I found the power core, but...
Okay, let me get there because, yeah, and they're on the exact same, like, height level, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, we're then now looking for the same hole, or for the same thing.
Because you don't have the power core yet, right?
No.
Okay, because that's right below me. That's... more... that ended more elegantly than I thought it would.
I just went through the floor. Why is there a donut of mechanical here?
I have not a single glue.
Is this
Glue
the
line.
lore? Are
Oh,
we
no,
going
heritage.
to find out that the bite of 87 happened in this game too?
Yes, I think that is the most logical thing to happen. Oh wait, everything else is very big. Maybe this is kind of not as... I'll just make a small vehicle. That's going to be easier. I remember back, like in the... I believe that's this expedition, that there's like a really small place you need to get through. And I would always make a vehicle that's 500 times as small as you'd actually need it to be, just to make the smallest vehicle that I could possibly get through there. I probably lost my touch quite a bit, but I'll still... You shot
You know
my
what?
wheel.
I'm just gonna walk.
You broke my wheel in builder mode. Are you proud of yourself?
But there's just nothing
Smell.
here. Damn.
That's real German smell. Definitely
So
true.
there's nothing up in this tiny little hole.
No.
Is there anything?
Look at that, it's
See,
a little
you're being
trooper.
smart and building a vehicle. I'm just walking slowly.
Love it when people are walking
Is there also nothing here?
below me.
Oh, another corner.
I wonder if they suppose that you would walk here, or if they actually meant for you to... Oh, okay,
I'd
that's...
imagine they meant you to walk here, but...
But it's a fancy, small,
Ooh,
funny
anchor
vehicle.
pin!
You were significantly more excited for that than I was.
I want to try and attach
Or much
my
better at
seat
acting.
to an enemy airplane.
Ooh,
And just
actually,
kinda
oh
ride
god, you're
along.
right. That,
Yeah, just
that does
imagine
sound
just having a
awesome.
little air balloon with a like spiky seat at
Oh,
the
it's
bottom,
significantly bigger.
and you can disattach all the balloons and just kind of stick to it.
Some people call it detach, but disattach, I guess it works.
Same word, different meaning.
Ah!
Bonk.
Okay.
What's next? That one is above me. Okay. I can go high.
That's good, because that's pretty much the whole idea of
Drugs.
this whole map and update. If you couldn't
I
go
mean,
high...
honestly,
Ooh, detachable block.
let's be completely
That's good.
honest. For how much this is based on like airplanes, you can get a surprising lot of places by car. And the car routes are incredibly fun to drive.
I don't think cars have roots. I think you're thinking of plants and trees.
Oh,
Or I guess
true.
trees are plants. According, I don't
like,
know technically, but like, you know, you can consider.
But honestly, like, if the enemies wouldn't be everywhere as soon as you spawn in, this would be just really fun to just drive around and race on.
Yeah, I mean, I believe
Honestly,
in the creative or sandbox. I believe I read in the update notes today that there was at least some kind of an option to turn them off or something. So
that would be really nice, because otherwise I would not be very enjoying
oh god,
driving around here for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
It's a bit more fun to be able to actually race without constantly having your vehicle exploded by cannon fire. Especially if it's not from the other players.
Yeah, my cannon fire is very funny, but you know, not everyone is the same. Oh, did I not?
Not all cannon fire is made the same.
Matey, got him. I don't. Okay. I did not make that update into a save thing yet. I'm kind of thick mentally.
I really want the speed speedometer, because then I can have permanent. I can have the permanent gay. Also, the game is suddenly struggling.
Yeah, for some reason smell is... Huh. I don't know why. It does...
What?
Like, oh, sorry, the little car that I made has a very... Now it's back to normal picture. But for a second, it had a very interesting picture to it.
I think, yeah, there was just a huge lag spike for a second. And then the game was like, oh, let's not do that anymore, and it fixed itself.
Damn. AI. The game fixing itself.
Where is the animal come from?
Probably the... Not the bilateral. What's the uterus? Which has surprisingly little to do with the urethra. Like, a bit.
I really love this. Probably not the bilateral.
Wait, did I say not the uterus just now?
No, you said not the bilateral. Which...
Yeah, okay. Because I don't think animals do come from bilaterals. That would be...
No, animals
that would be quite frankly
do not come from the fact that bilateral is a thing.
Oh god, now I confused two things.
Paddle?
Oh. Paddle. Oh wait, am I stupid? Yeah.
Get stooped on.
Fun fact. Right when I said, am I stupid? Yeah, I crashed into a mountain. right as you said that, I failed to take off because I was laughing at you, and I just dived into the floor. You dove.
I daved.
You Devin. Who's Devin?
I Dave.
Oh. Well, I guess you're Devin. Because you said you were Devin.
Yeah.
How many Devin are you? Dutch
thief.
joke.
Get steeled.
I am already made of steel. Steel.
No,
what?
not like that, but like the Dutch joke, like steel pan.
Oh yeah, steel pan.
I don't think steel pans are necessarily made of steel, but
I mean, you can say like you can say it as in a pan that's made of steel, right? A steel pan. You can still conceptualize that is a pan made of steel, even if it's not necessarily a term in English. What?
Yeah, true.
I just said whoop. was my face planted right into a rock. I become one. Yet again, my heritage.
You're Harry.
I don't think we've ever explained that on stream. Why I am rock.
Have we not?
Probably not.
I don't think we have. Actually, to my brain, it is such a logical thing that I didn't even think of needing to explain it ever.
But, like, people that don't know Dutch and don't know how Dutch and German relate to each other and don't know German will be like, what the hell? But, well,
Why the fire on fire again?
Because technically the name Stin, it's a name that I use because English people don't know how to pronounce. It is a name I
have.
Yeah, it's a name that most people call me because I speak English a lot, and my name my name is this Stein. And yeah, I realized that when I went to England, like at the customs, they're like, yeah, okay, so who of you is Stygian? And we are all looking at each other, and I believe I might have like already stepped forward because I heard st, and I was, I was like, oh, that's me, st, and I was like Stygian, and I was like, what? Oh, because English people pronounce the J as J, and they don't have the I sound. Now Germans have a very similar sound, I. For example, in the word Stein, which means stone.
Which sounds very similar to the Dutch Stein.
Stein. It's technically written the same if you realize the fact that in Dutch you have two different ways of writing the sound. And in German you only have one, so if you translate it to the German way, where you can also write it in the same way because it's the same sound, but it's it's the spelling that they actually use, then it's kind of the same.
The Dutch are weird and like, let's have the letter or the sound I be made by two different
we have two different ways to write that, and also ow.
Yeah, also ow. And when do you use which one? It's kind of just random.
I don't think there's much of a rule to it. The best rule you might be able to get is probably
Dutch grammar rules usually are just like, when do you use this? Oh no, when it sounds cool, when it looks good. That's kind of how the Dutch grammar is made.
Yeah, you can also
use de or het when it sounds good.
You also can't pronounce. You also can't pronounce like a third of the consonants at the end of a word because they're, there's like two versions, like there's two consonants that are very close for like multiple couples. For example, t, d, right? They're related to each other. They're what's called voiced and unvoiced, which, the d is voiced and t is unvoiced. And Dutch people don't like to have don't like to have voiced pronunciation at the end of the word, but you can still have a voiced consonant written there. So you will have words written T-I-J-D, and they're pronounced not tijd, but tijd.
I mean, kind of how bread. Like, imagine if bread would be with a T. Or bread would still be with a D, but you would pronounce it like Brett.
Yeah, Brett.
But, of course, there's also the option of having it have both the T and the D.
For ease of usage or something. I don't know whoever came up with that.
Yeah.
I was going to make like a political joke.
My favorite is just de and het, which both mean the.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of small rules that do make a bit of sense.
It's
Multiples always are de, and a small version of the word always ends with je, and always is het. Yeah. And things that are not possible to have multiple of are also always het, and for the rest it's just complete random.
Yeah.
Just
But like
they added like 7 rules just to make the rest random,
Yeah, 'cause
which I
that's-
just think is the funniest shit.
it's about
like,
word genders, right? For some reason they come up with a boat is, I believe a boat is a she, and a library is a she, and like it only makes any sense if you're talking
what the
about
fuck is happening with the world here?
if you're
Can you
talking
come
about
to me real
words
quick?
like he, like a person, like a man, you can say like, yeah, that's a masculine word, and a woman is a feminine word. You can say that.
Masculine word in Dutch. If we would assign de and het to like gender, then man and woman would have the same gender.
Yes. In Dutch, man
it's-
and woman, like masculine and feminine words, are indistinguishable from each other from that standpoint. But in certain cases, instead of calling a library it, you call it her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Technically,
Though,
I believe that's
like,
the only grammatically correct.
Though we
like,
don't actually
really,
get
why
it
though?
like taught it as having gender. We just get taught like, yeah, random words will have one of the two
Yeah.
for reasons. Also,
You kinda
what's
just
going on
know
with
them
the
because-
terrain here?
It's don't worry, that's how it's at home. We have terrain at home. The terrain at home.
We have to.
But because it's interesting, right? Because you know, a lot of Indo-European languages, so like Dutch, German, French, Spanish, all
Spanish, yeah.
have gendered words, and they have
well,
different
specifically like gendered pre.
gendered
things.
nouns
Yeah.
and gendered pronouns, I guess, as well. But like,
Oh my god, I understand what the little star is.
uh-oh.
Sorry. So when you click with left mouse button on the map, the little star will appear there. It's like a marker.
Yeah, okay, so it is a marker. Okay, cool.
And it's like a thing you can choose to have. I fully did not understand that.
I feel exactly like the Game Grumps playing Choo Choo Charlie now, because they had practically the same exact type of scenario. They placed a marker accidentally, and they're like, oh, what's this?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Back to why Dutch is a weird ass language.
yeah, because Dutch has gendered words just like French, German, Spanish, etc.
But yeah, in a sec I want to go into the tangent of what the fuck friend is, because it's so weird. Yeah, okay, you go first. I'll prepare my funny.
But like, because I don't know how much French and Spanish genders agree with each other. They all have different ideas of what are and are not existent genders. Because in Dutch and German, you have 4 genders, right? And in Spanish and French, you have 3. Yeah, in Spanish and French. In all of them,
4 Dutch genders?
in all of them, you have masculine and feminine. In Dutch and German, you also have neuter, which is neither, and all of them have plural as a gender.
Oh yeah, yep. Okay, yep.
Which probably also has to do with why in English, you know, you have he and she with different genders, but not they with different genders. It's just they, whether it's male, female, you know. But they have different languages acknowledge the existences of different genders in their grammar. And for example, German and Dutch have a lot of shared heritage. So a lot of their word genders agree. You know, there's like if a word has a specific gender in Dutch, then there's a good chance that that's also the same in German, but not always, because some words actually have like different places they come from. So you know, they're kind of like, oh, well, like then there's just a chance that they're the same, but there's also a very good chance that they're not the same. And then Dutch doesn't actually distinguish in most grammatical things between masculine and feminine. So it's confusing again. And, you know,
Yeah.
French and Spanish have pronoun, or articles like the. French has one for masculine, one for feminine, one for plural, and one for masculine or feminine where the word after it begins with a vowel or the letter H, because the French don't pronounce the letter H. And Spanish has masculine, feminine, masculine plural, feminine plural. But in Dutch, you have
randomly decided.
You have two different definite articles, right? Which in English, the definite article is the. The indefinite articles are a and an. It's like an apple. Yeah. In Dutch, you have three different articles as well. You have two definite articles, which are de and het. Het is for neuter. De is for masculine, feminine, and plural.
And also just for random words.
Yeah. Dutch is definitely a weird one. German, however,
you know,
decides to
Dutch
have a different
is not
one
like
for
the
every
other
case.
Girls.
Dutch
is a little quirky.
Dutch has Dutch is confused.
Dutch didn't understand the assignment.
What do you mean?
Because they didn't have a language that made sense yet.
Yeah, like an English person said, like, okay, so today we're going to be making our languages, right?
No.
Or like there's a teacher who's like, I don't know, kind of like what's the word?
Omnibooster.
You know, super powered. Like a god that can
one
speak
do hide and
to them
seek.
without language.
Try to find me.
I can see your name tag.
I know. Still try to find me.
Uh-huh. But there was like an an omnipresent kind of like in a super god deity thing. Hi.
Hello. We are now stuck.
Right.
No.
You are now stuck. Farewell, traveler. But like Dutch kind of just like English was like, okay, so the teacher said we have to make our language, right? And English like got the full instruction because English heard it. And Dutch was the language that had no clue what that meant. Because, you know, the word language, in French it's langue. So they're like, okay, yeah, we have to make a langue. And Dutch was just like, language. What the hell is a language? So they, tried to make something, but it didn't turn out very well.
They just kind of threw shit together.
Yeah.
And now we have to live with the consequence.
In fact, I don't even have a clue where the Dutch word for language comes from, because the English word, the French word are clearly correlated. The German word is Sprache, which is clearly related to sprechen, which is to speak.
Yeah, speaking. Yeah.
Which is also, spreken is the Dutch word for to speak, but the Dutch word
also makes sense.
Yeah, but the Dutch word for language is taal, which I don't have a clue where that came from, but apparently it's there now.
Etymology? I don't know.
Etymology pulled out of ass.
Honestly, that is 99% of... it's either in the Dutch language, it's either pulled out of ass or didn't have a word for yet, so stole from another language directly.
Mainly English.
Did not change at all.
Yeah.
Just,
mainly English, but also German, French.
What the word for baby is in Dutch?
Ooh, that's a hard one, actually.
Child is kind.
Yeah, so
but
clearly,
then
you have the diminutive, kindje, which is a smaller child, so naturally the word for baby would be...
Baby!
Yeah, we also don't have our own word for race in the sense of a speed competition. We do have one for, like, different genetics type of race,
if we're gonna have, like, a race with cars, we just say race.
Yeah, just auto race. But then we pronounce it in a thing we call Dunglish. It's not dumb English, it's Dutch English, but it's not entirely inapt to call it dumb English either. It's...
Yeah, they legit were like, Dutch people use so many English words, let's give it a name.
Yeah, we Dutch literally has its own English accent, not just because Dutch people were like, we're drunk and said like, we should start speaking English, and I come up with that, but also because there are so many words in the Dutch language that it actually has its own accent like that, like words like computer.
Like Irish, you have Irish, you have all these English like accents, and then you just have the Dutch language.
Yeah. There's, like, I still kind of hope that somewhere in the next 10 or 20 years, English is going to be one of the native languages of the Netherlands. Because currently we have Dutch and Frisian.
Honestly, I think it will be. On average, we are better at Dutch than, I'm pretty sure, than America, right?
No, I believe we have more total English speakers than Canada. Otherwise, I'm not sure about Ireland. I know I could imagine it because they,
I think we had a higher English, well, not like
total
number,
English speaker
but percentage.
rate. Yeah, percentage, because Canada is a lot bigger than the Netherlands.
Yeah. It would be very concerning if a native English-speaking country had less English-speaking people that's that much bigger than the Netherlands.
That was probably a sentence in some language. But yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah, also, just I wanna real quick tell people about the concept of friendship within the Dutch language. So, the word for a general friend is vriend. Vriend can usually is usually masculine, but can sometimes also be used for feminine. Now, you would assume that there is also a feminine form because friend on its own is usually it's usually masculine, so then there usually is a feminine form too. So the Dutch were like, okay, vriendin, which just kind of means female friend. But now, what do you think it means when a guy says vriendin? That means girlfriend. Yeah. And now what do you think it means when a girl says vriendin? That means normal friend or girlfriend. Now, what do you think it means if a girl says vriend? Well, that means either a male friend or a boyfriend. Now, what do you think it means when a guy says vriend? That just means friend. The only way you could indicate that you are gay is by using the diminutive, I think, which is vriendje, which is just kind of, a little friend, which means boyfriend in every single case of the word.
But it's also the word that parents always use for like, oh yeah, they're playing with their friends. If you're, if you're still in the Pampers, and it's like, oh, they're playing with their friends, vriendjes. Like,
like when you're small, it is also used. So that's the only. And like, if it's singular, then it's always just friend. But if it's, or it can be friend or boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever, with all forms of friend.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's multiple, then it is always a friend because, you know,
because monogamy.
Apparently, polygamy doesn't exist.
Polygamy. It's
Yes,
mono and poly.
I know words.
So polygamy.
True, but like, just the Dutch when making words for friends were like, random bullshit go.
But now, what about addressing someone as friend, vriend, right? You ever,
Oh, God.
you know, when you're in a bar and you're in the pub and you're drinking some alcohol with the friends, right? And you see someone, you know, you see someone, and you say, "Hey, vriend." That is not a positive thing. Generally,
no, that means you are wanting to fucking fight them.
Yeah, generally that means, you know, either they're hitting on your date or they stole your drink or something. That's the type of person that you would say that to.
Yes. So, you know, in a normal social location where you would be making friends, if you call someone friend, that means you're pissed as fuck at them.
And not pissed in the sense of drunk.
Language.
You're mad.
Oh, no, well, both, probably.
Well, if it's in a pub, I guess that probably. Because Dutch people like to think that they're very big drinkers. We're, like, as in, a lot of Dutch people are very sizable, but not very drinking. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense.
But yeah, really just whoever invented all of the Dutch words related to friendship, why?
And
then you also have, like, of course, some other words related to friend, like maat.
Yeah, maat.
It's mate, which also can be
it can also be
in a million ways.
Yeah, it's very, very confusing.
And then, like, you know, a lot of people will use the derogative of maatje, like in a very positive way. I don't know what the word is.
Derogative means that it's mean, but it's diminutive because it's small. Remember it, minitive. Call it the minitive.
That makes sense. The mini titties. Okay.
Mini titties. What?
But like, so the diminutive of mate, maatje, is usually a very positive thing said to, you know, children, animals, friends, whatever. My grandma will use it for literally everything. I will use it for animals usually.
I never really use it. But that's just because I'm stupid.
But then, like, the full version, what's that called?
Full version?
Yeah, like the non-diminutive.
Maat?
You know, just the word.
The normal, the not diminutive.
The normal.
I don't know.
Okay. But the normal word for mate is quite often just seen as negative again, because why the hell not?
There's a lot of reasons why not. I can give you at least 0 right now.
I can give you at least 20 why not.
Okay, I'll count.
So, it is stupid. It has no logic. It means friend, which means it should be positive. But I guess for the Dutch that isn't actually real rule. Never mind, I can't name 20 anymore.
You named 3.
I mean, that's... Well, no, I named 2 because the last one didn't actually count.
Okay, I guess that makes sense. I mean, isn't a fallacy still an argument, just a bad one?
I guess.
Yeah. Oh god.
Damn, you're stacking mines?
I'm not stacking mines.
Honestly, I kind of just want to sit up here and see how many mines the little thing is going to drop down at this one spot. I accidentally blew one up, but there were 3, but now there's 2. And then you're going to drive through and blow them all up.
By the way, we haven't talked yet about certain words that only appear in the diminutive. Like ice here.
Oh, true.
Because, you know, like you got the word ice, which means ice, and you've got the word ice here, which means an ice cream cone.
Ice popsicle. No. It's like specifically because the thing is, if you want like
as in like
vanilla ice cream, then it's just vanilla ice. So normal like ice cream in a cone, then it's ice, but the ice cream itself is ice. But an ice popsicle is always ice. And
yes. Or if you have an ice cream cone with, you know, ice cream in it. And that's it's just there's 2 different things that share forms of the same exact word. Also, what about the word vanilla? Right? Ocean just pronounced it vanilla, which I believe is a proper way to pronounce it. I pronounce it vanilla, which is probably from French because it's I-L-L and then it's E, which is kind of just French. So there's multiple ways to pronounce that because of different languages.
What are the 2 ways exactly?
Vanilla, vanilla.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Or what about if I were?
Oh, let's go to the every old person's favorite word to argue about. Gift.
Oh.
You see, in Dutch it's cadeau. Now, there's
how do you write?
How do you write cadeau? You see, I
think I'm gonna write it probably in a different way than you do.
See, this is a valid way to write cadeau. You have the ka sound and the do sound.
I accidentally F for my line.
That's also how you write cadeau.
No, I write it in French. Cadeau.
Oh yeah, that's a fully valid way of writing cadeau, actually. That's how old people all agree that it should be written.
Apparently, I'm an old people.
Yeah. Now, if you think like, okay, I guess there's 2 different ways of spelling the word. No, any mixture of the C-A or K-A and the D-O and D-E-A-U can be used. So it could be cadeau, it could be cadeau, and then just I'm pretty sure that there is another one, right? I'm pretty sure there is just also a different other word of...
Or what about... Well, where are you going to open that present, right? We're in the house, or are you going to choose... What's the most comfortable place to be in when you're opening a gift? Well, what about your desk? How do you write that, Ocean?
Bureau.
Yeah, clearly. You write it B-U-R-E-A-U.
No.
Ah, you must be bad at the game. It's clearly... actually, no, wait, that's just this... Actually, there it doesn't work as much. It's because you don't know the C.
There's just 2 versions here.
I was gonna be like, no, it's third option. Oh, there's no third.
Just the Dutch making language really up here, like.
Yeah.
That's what they sound like. Trust me, I'm Dutch. I know.
Yeah.
I just spoke Dutch to you and you didn't even realize.
Yeah, actually that was a summary of the Bible in Dutch. It's
true.
It's Benedictus 15:3. Is Benedictus a person?
No. No, it isn't. there is not a book called Benedictus.
But dick is funny word. That
True.
means there must be someone that has it as a name. Is Pirate Speak somewhere we have been before? Oh wait, that is the mountain.
Boss fight area.
Okay. Okay.
But yeah, I mean, what are other stupid things that Dutch decided to have? There's a million.
How do you think you write inquiry in Dutch, right?
I don't even know what inquiry in Dutch is.
It's like a questionnaire. Like, as in, well, inquiry can mean a few different things, technically, depending on what area you pluck it from. But, you know, a questionnaire. How do you think you write a questionnaire in Dutch?
Honestly, no idea in Dutch.
What about a word that not only is not from Dutch, but also contains characters that don't really exist in Dutch? Enquête.
Oh!
Don't you
true.
love the accent circonflexe on Dutch? Yeah.
It's used in like exactly a handful of words.
It's used in like 10 words or something.
Yeah, just because we were too lazy to make our own, so we stole it from French.
Yeah.
And kept it the same.
Yeah, let's see. But like, if you look at the accents, right? There are some languages that have a lot of different like diacritics accents on letters. Like the accent circonflexe is a French one. So are the accent aigu, which is the one that goes up, and the accent grave, which is the one that goes down. Though I might also have just confused them actually. I remember that I'm very bad at remembering which is which, but I think I got them right. And you also have a trema, which is it's used in French and also in Dutch natively to separate multiple vowels from each other, right? For example, if you have the word diet, you pronounce the I and the E as separate groups of vowels, right? They don't form together to form the sound diet. In Dutch,
it's not deet.
Yeah, in Dutch,
it's diet.
In Dutch, you have the word dieet.
Boy.
Or wait, is it no?
Oh yeah.
I believe it's this way.
No,
because
I honestly don't know.
Yeah, because otherwise the E's wouldn't form a. They would form. It would be diet. Because true. There's multiple words, multiple ways to form the same word or the same sound in Dutch, right? You have simply an I or an IE.
And
they
just
both
depending
sound like
on where in the word it is.
Yeah.
And what letters are around them, that they're changed. Which I get. That's one of the things in Dutch that makes most sense.
But
because other languages have it too. Like English has the
some
O and
diphthongs,
for examples.
Yeah, but like like do and cool, they're kind of the same.
Yeah.
But like the diphthongs appear in a lot of languages. That's why French also has the trema. By the way, Dutch also enjoys usage of the umlaut, which French does not, because it doesn't really have any loanwords from German or Scandinavian, really, or
What's
Finnish.
the umlaut exactly again?
Well, for example, the one that Dutch people do use on words like überhaupt from German, but don't use on words like Östrogen, where we replace the O with an umlaut with an OE.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, in Dutch...
You know, it's just all held together, not by duct tape, because that would work a lot better. It's just held together by quite literally bullshit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. As in, we just grabbed... Well, not a bull. We like cows more as Dutch people. We just grabbed a bunch of cows, forced them to take a large dump, and then use that to make our language.
Yeah. But let's...
I love how that's actually a valid metaphor for how our language is made.
Yeah, we don't like Dutch. A lot of the newer generation of Dutch speakers does not like Dutch. And speaks English part of the day. Like us.
Like us.
Yeah. But let's talk a bit more about long and short versions of vowels. Because there's some very interesting things. Ocean, if you will, right? As a native Dutch speaker.
Can I do the bomb example? I love the bomb example.
Okay, you could...
Bomb tree.
You could do that. But first... try to spell the Dutch, like the infinitive, so the full verb for to ski.
I'm pretty sure it's that. It might have umlauts, I'm not sure,
no.
but I can't type those with my... Is it not?
No.
I have no idea. I'm not good at Dutch, to be honest.
Firstly,
that's the thing.
It contains a few different... It contains different combinations of vowels. The second I ought to be an
Is it
E.
that?
Skiën. No, it's... No, it's... I don't think you're even gonna get it. Which is a problem that like 90% of the students in school have. No, it's... No. Skiing. No, it's... Should I just type it in chat, maybe? Because...
Please type it in chat.
Skiën. The trema separates the E, which is made with an IE, and which is, you know, a mute E. English has mute E's, but then generally they're actually mute and not just pronounced slightly differently. Just like, for example,
I do love the fact that Dutch is so
psychologists.
confusing that I, as a native Dutch speaker, have no clue.
Why don't you go ahead and try and spell the word knees in Dutch?
I almost did it this way.
No, that's how people pronounce the word for rabbit.
I'm pretty sure it's... You know, I can't actually put
like
any kind of accents on the letters.
With the tremor.
Because I don't have that on my keyboard. I turned it off because it's annoying.
It's very similar to skiing, but then it has the tremor. I get, like, a lot of people, Dutch people can't even...
At the other one.
A lot of Dutch people don't even use, keyboards on their phones and stuff, mainly, where they can type half the diacritics that occur in the Dutch language, whether it be by loan or natively.
Honestly, it is just generally accepted to also say...
Yeah.
No, skiing,
like,
I'm pretty sure actually it isn't. But
like,
it is.
There's... The teachers don't, but otherwise it just happens.
Yeah.
Dutch people...
It's just people are lazy and they don't actually want to put the 2 dots on top of the E, so they just kind of...
The Young Dutch, which
like,
would be an excellent name for a band, are just not interested in preserving the Dutch language because it's kind of shit in it, bruv.
Also, the Dutch have like incredibly low nationalism, as in no one really cares about our country because
most people don't
we
really
don't
care.
actually have much of a culture or anything to really tie the people to the country.
Yeah, most Dutch people don't even realize that how we eat fries and Chinese food is very Dutch. Because we kind of just like, oh, they have Chinese food there. Let's make a thing that is a Chinese restaurant and eat it when we watch football. Like the soccer football. That's definitely still very Chinese. And it's Dutch. It's a Dutch culture thing.
It's the Dutch, we have... The only real traditions we have are carnival which is kind
shared
of
with Brazil and I believe Spain and Portugal.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure on a different date.
Yeah, I do believe that is probably true. I'm not entirely sure.
We also celebrate it very differently. There, it's like a big festival and it's all that stuff. Here, it's
if you're part of the south of the country mainly, then
it's just people dressing up in costumes. Usually, instead of like where in Halloween where you'd make a cool costume and stuff. In Carnival, you literally just buy the shittiest or sexiest costume you can and get drunk.
Yeah, or you get like a whole bunch of like stuff, like a whole bunch of pieces of clothing. I guess that's more of a Limburg thing, where you just buy a whole bunch of pieces of clothing in red, yellow, and green, because those are the colors of, as it's called there, Vastelavond. Where there's a song with I don't know if it's copyrighted, but I'm just not gonna say it for sure.
I don't think this is a general Dutch thing, but a Limburg thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and also all the cities get a new name.
Well. Oh yeah.
For some reason.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
I'm not gonna specify which one we live in to not dox ourselves. I'm just gonna name like a bunch of cities.
There's a bunch of cities that just get a new name randomly.
Yeah. So, for example, let me real quick see. Usually they have like the word hole in it because gat, aka hole, is kind of our word for like
it's a
derogative
derogative for a city, so. Yeah, it's kind of like if you call a place a dump hole or something.
Yeah. So, for example, you have like klompengat, which is wooden shoes hole.
Yeah.
Technically, you have like ballengat, which is ball hole.
I've never heard that one before. Where is that?
Aalst.
Oh god,
you also, of course,
that's perfect.
You just have a lot of land, but with two A's quite often, like
land. Yeah, that's. I believe that's
Pupenkoppenland, Goudspoepersland. These are all real, by the way.
Goldshitter country. Or Goldshitter. I guess land is more like better translation.
You have krabbegat, you have lampengat, so you have like itchy hole, you have lamp hole.
There's so many funny things because hole, gat in Dutch also means ass.
In the gat, which is spelled both as in the hole and duck hole, because why? Yeah, it can be it can be in the gat or in the gat.
Oh, duck hole, not dock. Dock?
No.
What do I even think
just,
that? Dock as yeah.
Just literally, when Carnival comes around, every single real city or big village will have a new name.
Yeah. Every single thing goes wrong horribly.
Stupid. They're all stupid.
Yeah, but there's a lot of candy, and that's awesome.
True. But like the funny is, I here have like the Wikipedia page. And there's some that have like actual reasons for having their name, which is funny, because like, where was it? I'm gonna put ours somewhere in the middle because ours does have a meaning.
I suppose so.
Yeah. So for example, there's a bunch of them which are named after swamps. For example, 's-Hertogenbosch is Oeteldonk. There is Den Bosch. Wait, that's the exact same place.
Yep.
Yeah, there's also a city with two names, and it's always seen as two separate cities, but it's the same one.
That's whenever you hear it, you're like, oh yeah, I know both of those, but it's the same city.
Yeah.
And they're just
For example,
both normal Dutch names, not
there's Bilderdonk, which is named after the old, burgemeester, whatever that is.
Mayor.
There's like a specific one that's named after a tiny little tar house that they had back in the day. It's Pikpot, which is Quackendamme. No idea where that is, to be honest. But
I don't know if I've ever heard of that.
No. And you have like certain ones are named after their carnivals like group, like Hekkenkat. That's named after the Hekkensluiters. All of them have some meaning, some of which are like one of them is named after onions, Siepelstad. One of them is named after lamps because the city is very connected to like lamps. You have one that is named after pine cones that were specifically used to light fires.
Cool.
There's just... And then there's just like, most of them don't have any reason to be named anything at all.
Yeah. And
so the fact that there's some of them that do have a name that makes sense, like Spekschetersdorp, has a meaning. That has a specific
that means
reason.
Bacon Farter's village.
No, actually, it means bacon shooter, but it's the old spelling.
Oh.
The old pronunciation, but in the new pronunciation of it, it means bacon farter.
Bacon farter village. I love that.
They really just up and went, and we're like, okay, what are the stupidest names we can name our places for 1 week in the year? Like, keep in mind, this is a single week that they go through all this effort for. It's so stupid, and a lot of people love it because it does bring people together, but that's one of the only real... It's one of the only real cultural things we have together with, like, Sinterklaas, which is our version of Santa Claus.
It's kind of like,
But we do also have Santa Claus from Christmas. We just have both.
We always have the Christmas tree up until, like... Well, this year we don't have it up until June, but wouldn't be surprised. I believe we had it
like
up
April,
until...
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, somewhere April. We forgot to take it down. Well, we were too lazy to take it down, I guess.
I mean, then it's just a spring tree, you know?
Yeah, it's just a spring tree. Specifically a...
Easter tree.
Well, it's not a... I was gonna say the type of tree that it is, but it's just planks with a pole through them, because that's more eco-friendly, because you don't have to chop a tree down every year.
But yeah, basically just... Those two things are kind of the only things that really make our culture.
Yeah.
Which does mean that, like, compared to a lot of other countries which have, like, a lot of, like, local celebrations and all kinds of stuff, you don't really have a real country identity, which means we just don't care for what happens to the country.
Yeah, it's
I recently asked like a bunch of people if all their friends and family and stuff just up and moved to a different country for literally no reason, if they would follow, and every single person said yes, because our country does not matter. It's the people do matter, but the place, it literally might as well not exist.
Yeah, but it's like, it's not like, honestly, we have it pretty good. Because it's, you know, it's a politically, a pretty good country. Economically, it's a pretty good country. We don't get any sort of, like,
our
proper tornadoes and stuff.
Good.
Healthcare is good. We don't get any proper tornadoes. We don't have any volcanoes. We hardly have earthquakes. So natural disasters.
We hardly have floods because we are masters of controlling the water, even though we're far below, like, water level.
The one... Well, we're not. I believe we're not.
I think we just barely are, actually. I'm
we're
pretty
like a
sure
few meters.
if the dikes would break,
Yeah,
we
dikes.
would.
That's a Dutch word, by the
We
way. A
would
Dutch
be
word in English.
slightly underwater.
I'm not sure. I thought not. Maybe I'm wrong though.
Let me look it up.
But yeah, the tallest quote-unquote mountain in the Netherlands is, I believe, 200 meters or something.
Oh no, we are about 20 to 25 meters above the sea level.
Okay, so I wasn't right about the amount.
If there were to be a flood, we would have a lot of issues from it.
But
because water flooding in would get to us, but it wouldn't stay here.
Yeah, it would be like a lot of trouble, but we
wouldn't be underwater permanently. Yeah. I mean, I don't think any of the Netherlands would be underwater permanently because we've already removed the sea from the Netherlands multiple times.
Yeah, Flevoland was like, I exist now. Look it up. Look on maps of the Netherlands.
Created a whole province.
Look, look. Don't tell where it is, because look at a map of the Netherlands, like nowadays,
and of like it up,
200, 300 years ago. I can see. I'll take some shelter because there's evil planes around.
But like honestly, you could not. I couldn't tell what would be just man-made if it wasn't told to me. Honestly, I would more expect Zeeland to be like pulled from the water,
which is not entirely
than
incorrect.
Flevoland. It's not entirely incorrect, but it isn't just fully man-made like Flevoland is. Because Zeeland has like a lot more water like going through it.
I'm not sure if
with like.
Oh, is it with like copyright stuff with maps and stuff that you find on the internet? I honestly have no clue.
Yeah, I think there are some
I'll
of
look
them,
for public domain because those are fine to use.
Yeah.
But
like, there's just we just decided like some. First of all, we just. Quite often, we get asked as Dutch people to different countries to just remove the water from the country.
Yeah.
Because we're good at that.
Yeah, we're good at water. The one thing that threatened us, we were like, let us be awesome.
We're good at being good against water, not at water.
I mean, we are also good at water because we have boats.
True.
Yeah, remember that time? You probably won't remember this because you weren't there, but you remember that time when Denmark and Sweden started raising tolls, or like, what's the word? You know, they started making people pay money to go from, you know, Poland, Eastern Germany, that area.
Mainly the Dutch, because we were
because we had a lot of
traders.
Yeah, because we used a lot of boats already. And then, you know, so they kind of like, how big is the surface of the deck of your ship? And then you look at it.
Like, that would mean how much can it hold. Because, you know, if the deck is really big, then there can be a lot on and in the ship. Because usually the deck is the largest area of the ship.
So, what the Dutch did was design ships that had a very fat belly and a very small deck. Because they were like, no, we're stingy. We don't want this to be a thing. Okay, I'm gonna... No, that... I mean...
Yeah, look up if you can find any pictures of it. Because it's just honestly really... It is just funny how we're like, taxes depending on this? That's a good idea. Let's just make a giant... Almost just have most of it be underwater. And then just have a deck that is...
Now I'm gonna do something.
Smaller than your finger.
I'm gonna try and do some magic. Image files. Okay. Wait, I can add a directory which works because I put it in a specific directory. This is definitely the most entertaining. Like it's.
We love googling things, and making stream look.
Oh, where is it? Okay, there it is. It is there, but it doesn't. I'll just do them separately. So
Okay, while you look that up, but so to get back a bit to the point.
File. Damn it! I don't think it's a smart idea to keep trying to do it. Just look up a map from the Netherlands now and a few hundred years ago. It's very interesting.
It's really cool to just see a whole area just exist now.
Yeah.
But basically, even though we do a lot with our country in that sense, there is literally just no real loyalty to it, because there is nothing, like, we do a lot with our land, but we don't have a connection to it. You know, a lot of countries will have, like, be it religious or just cultural connections physically to the land, where it's like, you know,
the country.
You have something that's important. You have something to fight for, and that is not necessarily just the people, it's also the place. And we don't have any real legends or culture or anything of the sort of our own that is in any way related to that. So we're like, if there is war, literally, I'm pretty sure we have the highest rate in the world of like younger people that are just like, I would just kind of move away. I wouldn't really fight. There's no reason to really fight for this. Yeah, not specifically pacifism, just
like in the area of pacifism, I guess.
We just don't care about our country. We'd rather move away because there's no reason to stay if there's war.
Yeah.
Compared to, like, you know, America, where it's like, fight for your country.
Fight for your life. Fight for your country, your family.
See, we would fight for our life.
We would fight for our
family.
life and our money.
We would not fight for our country.
Our country is like, it's a cool country. I got the spiked wheel. Spiked wheel alert.
Nice.
Do you want to have it? I can mark it on the map if I manage to remember how to do that.
I think I already have it.
Well, either way, there's a marker now.
But yeah.
And it's secretly a few meters away from the chest.
It's interesting because I've talked to it with Americans before, and they were like, but like, Americans are some of the most nationalistic people. They really value their land, their country, etc. And I really cannot understand why.
Yeah.
Like, I can kind of understand that, like, if you have, like, a lot of culture around, and your religion revolves around your, like, physical location, then I guess it makes a lot of sense. I can understand that. But if you don't have that, which we don't, then it really does not make any sense to me why you'd fight for a random piece of land just because you were born there.
My spacebar is acting up again, which is annoying because that's the throttle button. But yeah, it do be like that. It's like in other places it's like, where I'm born is where I shall die, and in the Netherlands it's like, this is a piece of earth, we created it ourselves. But, you know, we'll go with
Let's go away
if it
now.
suits us better. But, you know, geologically, like topographically, meteorologically, it's a nice place, though.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's not bad.
Yeah.
But we don't really care to stay. Like if we can
Yeah.
move somewhere else, we're like, oh yeah, sure, let's
Sure.
go there. That's cool. Sounds nice.
Yeah, like the Dutch. I heard about Dutch people that apparently, like, as in like, it was like a few hundred years ago or something that they, in the religious wars, they went to Poland, I believe, because they were in high regard. Which, God knows why Dutch people would be in high religious regard. I mean,
back in the day,
but, you know,
we were with like Catholicism.
Catholics.
I don't know what it is in English.
Catholicism, I believe, or like
Catholicism. That's it.
You know, either way, Catholics.
But yeah.
But like, there were like people in Poland, and then like other people with different ideas came to Poland, so they went to Belarus, and then they fled further and further, and also farther and farther. And eventually they ended up in Siberia. And you wouldn't expect it from Dutch people that complain when there's a slight bit of rain, which we have 500 words for. But they survived in...
It's raining...
They survived in Siberia.
It's raining everything
and they're still
here.
there.
Like pipe sticks.
Yeah. Pipe sticks,
yeah.
miser, zeik,
Yep.
which means pee.
Yep.
It's raining pee.
And also complain.
Yeah, we complain a lot.
And the word zeik means complain, piss,
that as
and
well.
rain. And someone who
Wonder which
is a
came
zeiker
first.
is someone who pisses and complains, usually simultaneously.
Yeah, that's a part of the Dutch tradition, but no.
No.
But yeah, even our national color, which is orange, is stolen from the Spanish because we used to be Espanol, but then not anymore because there were 80 years of wars, of which 40 was truce, or 30, 50, or 50 years. I believe it's 80 years, and there's 30 to 50 years of truce in there. So it was kind of only 30 to 50 years of war. And then we were like, okay, we have freed ourselves from the Spanish. Now let's steal your color. Yeah. Because, the Spanish flag is red and yellow, so orange. And the Dutch flag is not.
The thing I always find so funny is, like, you have the Dutch anthem.
Oh, yeah.
Which is, like, about the color orange.
The man who is named after the color of orange.
And then it's like, I am from German blood.
Yes, German blood.
Yeah, of course, because that's a very Dutch thing. Our culture is the color orange, having a monarch and celebrating that we have one.
Yes,
even though
all
our
Dutch people
isn't
definitely
actually...
like it when there is a monarch. There is definitely no Dutch people that don't like it.
Actually, the thing I love about the Dutch monarchy is that we have a monarch.
We have a king, yeah.
And there's like, the monarch has no real power.
Yep. If they were to refuse to actually sign a law, they would probably... I believe it was like, they just choose the next in line to be the next king or queen or... What's the word for an ND monarch? I wonder. Is there one?
I guess
maybe just
monarch. Yeah.
Or like,
but
whatever.
It's just... We have currently our king.
Yeah.
Which is the main monarch. We also have a queen, but that doesn't matter, not of the direct bloodline, so that doesn't get counted. At least not as directly. But basically it's like, okay, so we have our monarch, and we're like, this is literally just a kind of thing that we can use to
for
show
international
off.
relationships. Going to Japan, send the king.
What does the king usually do? Go on vacations. Live in a palace.
It's also funny.
Do stuff.
It's also funny.
Our king has no actual power. There is one real law around our
Yeah.
monarchy, which is that you can't insult the monarch.
I believe
Which I guess
that,
makes some sense.
and also they're not responsible for their own actions, I believe, which
and also
is similar
they're
to
not
pets
responsible.
and children. So,
Yeah. And also they don't have any power.
yeah, they don't
They
really
are-
have much power. They have a
No, they
lot
are-
of money. But
Yeah,
power.
but genuinely they are very important
Yeah.
because they do make sure that a lot of our international things go well. Or at least they try to.
Yeah.
But they don't have any genuine like ruling power, which
Yeah.
is such an interesting thing for having a monarch that does not rule, because then you might think like, well then how does it work? Well, of course we're Democrats, right?
Yeah.
We have a democratic system where we vote for our
Yeah. We have an indirect democratic system.
yeah, so we vote not for our like president like the Americas do. We
Yeah,
kind of just
the
vote
United
for
States.
a large amount of
guess
people
maybe
that
most
will all
Americans.
rule together,
Yeah.
kind of.
And then
Ish.
there's one primary president.
And then there's one prime minister / prime
Mm-hmm.
president, whatever
Prima
you want
presidente.
to call it.
He's a
That
prima president.
kind of is the main person that makes decisions,
Yeah.
but there is still a giant team of many people that can also make decisions in a bunch of different, literally we call them rooms,
Yeah.
which is
2 rooms.
it's so strange, honestly, from an outsider view, how you have a monarch that does not rule. Then
Yeah.
you have a democratic system where there's one person that is at the top, but you also vote for a bunch of other people that are also
Yeah.
ruling. And most people never, like, almost always everyone disagrees that the person that got all the votes was the right person.
Yeah.
But they do get re-elected every single year.
Yeah.
And they're, like, as far as we know, there is no actual foul play in that.
Yeah, it's just a lot of people that are like,
Because-
oh yeah, this is fine.
Yeah, which
Everyone
is just
is
really,
unhappy, but
it's really interesting how it's just, everyone is like, yes, we do not really enjoy this, so they vote for something else, but then there's a lot of people that are like, currently it isn't that bad, so let's just vote for the exact same person again.
yes.
Which is, it's such a weird phenomenon to me, because again, in like America, if a small minority of people don't agree with the current president, then already there's a good chance that they don't get re-elected.
Yeah.
Plus, a lot of presidents choose not to want to be re-elected. And then in the Netherlands, you just have the same guy just going every year.
Yeah.
Just
But like
and
also
no one, just a lot of people don't like him, and they're like, we'd like someone else, and everyone keeps voting for him.
But also the king and the prime minister and kind of just everyone does also reflect a normal, casual human, right?
True.
Because,
Yeah.
you've seen, as a Dutch person, you've seen a billion times the prime minister just going to work on a bike, which is the true thing
Yeah,
about the Netherlands, by the way.
that's
I suppose.
also a really funny thing
Yeah.
where we're just like, yeah, so we have our monarch, and he will have a shaggy little beard, and
Yeah,
he will
he has
just
a beard.
kind of be a normal person, and
it's fine.
our princess, I think the eldest princess, just goes to a normal school.
Yeah.
Nothing special, just going to school like normal kids.
Yeah.
Which you would think would tie us more to like you know, feeling normal and stuff about our king and our you know, our rulers just being like, yeah, they're one of us. But in actuality, I feel like it more makes us feel like, they really don't matter, do they?
Also, I mean, it does at least give a feeling like at least those people that get billions of tax money, well, I don't know if it's like millions of tax money, at least
but at
they
least
seem
they do
normal.
take the bike.
Yeah, at least they go by bike. It's not that significant. It's kind of a symbolical thing that doesn't really matter. But it's funny.
But at the same time, it does also, like, kind of remove a bit of respect.
Remove some respect, but it also makes
gains
it
a bit of the sympathy kind of towards them. Also, I've been trying to get this one power core for like over 20 minutes now. I am unable to find it.
Huh.
Like, it's just on the Pirate Peak, and it is directly below, like, this area, and I don't know where it is, because it's wherever I go, it's always just below me or above me, and when it's on the same level as me, I'm just like, there's no way to get there, and I'm so confused.
Yeah. But also, by the way, a funny thing about the king, and there's probably a lot of people that will also have had the same experience, you know, to have at some point in their life, probably in the last, like, what is it, 2 or 3 years, seen the king throw a painted orange toilet. Because it, you know, oh yeah, that's actually a piece of Dutch culture. King's Day.
Yeah, okay, true. We do have King's or Queen's Day if we currently have the Queen.
It depends on, yeah. But like, it's everything is orange. Some people who do like the king are like, yeah, and other people are like, sure.
Well, no. Some people who like the king are like, whoa, King's Day, we get to celebrate our king. And then all the other people are just like, whoa, we get to get drunk and eat yummy food and have a day off.
Yeah, that is. We do like that part.
See, again, that's how little we genuinely care about anything related to our country. We're like, whoa, a day off.
Yeah. And, you know, the king every year, on his birthday, he goes to a place in the country. And once...
usually visiting schools and
just visiting places, hanging out with some people.
Just kind of, you know, vibing. Just going out there.
Kind of vibing.
Getting some hagelslag on some bread.
Yeah, hagelslag. That is true. You can have chocolate on your bread in the Netherlands. Like, just put Jimmy's chocolate sprinkles in it.
Little chocolate parts. We actually have like 3 or 4 different ways of putting it on there.
Yeah.
You have like little sprinkles, you have little flakes, you have little nuggets.
You have big sprinkles.
You have big sprinkles. We just like putting little pieces of chocolate on our bread.
Yeah.
But also a thing that, like, interestingly is just also pretty normal is having seen the king, like, physically at some point in your life.
I've never seen him, I don't think.
Me neither, but I do know a lot of people that just are like, yeah, I just, you know, went to the store and he was there. Which is just a really interesting thing to...
Yeah, it's...
Though that is not just a Dutch thing, so...
Yeah.
Real quick funny story, because my parents recently went to Africa on vacation to the Cape Verde islands.
Yeah.
And they were just going to like a restaurant, and suddenly there was like a bunch of police. There's police around there more often, so they were like, huh, cool. There's just some extra security here. And then a limousine pulls up, and a man and a woman step out, and they order a giant ice cream. My parents are like, huh, that's fancy. Huh, that's probably the richest person we've seen. And then they ask, like, hey, is that why there's so much police and stuff? Is that like security for them? Who's that person? And then people are like, oh yeah, that's just our president. He's just coming over for some ice cream and casually hopping by, getting some ice cream and going again. And my parents, as like tourists, were just sitting next to them, just like, oh yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Which is just, but the thing is, in the Netherlands, that can 100% also just happen.
Yeah, it's, and then without security, probably like maybe like some
True.
people, but like, yeah, less.
This also, it wasn't like security. It was literally just some police agents nearby, just in case someone decides to do anything weird. But like, you know, my parents were even allowed to take a picture with him, just being like, "Oh yeah, sure, here, take a picture of the president. Have fun, just have at it." And in the Netherlands, you could 100% do the exact same thing, and everyone would just be like, "Oh yeah, just normal day, going on a bike, seeing the king." Yeah.
I can't find any more chests on the map, but I'm still missing almost half of them. Oh wait, I'm seeing one more.
Okay, can you come to my location real quick? Because if you also have this power core not yet, then having you help search might help. And if you do, then you might be able to still remember where it was, which would also be a great help. Because I have been going around and through this mountain like at least 50 times now.
Either I have it and I don't have a clue which one is the one you're looking for, or I don't have it yet and it doesn't show it yet, because it does seem to be doing a kind of alternating thing where it's like
it's like around the center of the map, and it's like not super high up. It's pretty low.
There are 3, like to the kind of like left top of the mothership.
Yeah. I need the middle one of those.
Okay, so like the lowest one of the 3.
Yeah, the very bottom one.
That one.
Okay.
The bottom, that's me.
Remember?
What?
You all at all know how to get to it? Because
no, but I got there, so it's
possible. That's a good tip.
Yeah, it's possible. That's incredibly useful information.
But like, there's only one place that I've been able to go on this entire map where it is like on the same elevation as me. That's on this island, and that's where I currently am.
Yeah, I think that is the same place, probably.
It definitely isn't. There's nowhere else to go from here.
Well, there's the places here are weird, but I think I'll just check to be sure, because I did find it without too much trouble when I was there. So maybe it's just maybe you need visual calculus and an understanding of the Finnish language to get in there. In which case, you know, it would make sense that I would be able to get in there. You wouldn't.
Yeah, I've just gone like around on the exact elevator. I cannot find. What is it under here? Is there just a random little area under here? I don't know. I'm gonna check it out anyway. But yeah, the Dutch. Honestly, the Dutch, quote-unquote culture we have, it's interesting, but it is so small and there's so little of it.
It's so little specific.
Yeah. Which it's kind of just really weird, especially if you compare it to like some of the countries that have like tons of cool culture stuff. You know, you have like Spain and Mexico and Japan
Mexico.
and America even. Just it has a lot of history and stuff that people care about. And in the Netherlands, it's just like, yeah, we have a bunch of history.
We have a bunch of history, and we're not all very happy about it.
True. I mean, there's definitely some cool parts of our history, but
And there's a lot
most
of not
of
so
it-
cool parts as well.
true.
Yeah, there's like
Being great traders in the 1600s, etc.
great traders is indeed, that's not a bad thing. Some of the things that were traded
in the
things
time,
around that.
if you look at the time period, I think you can guess what one of those things might have been.
Yeah,
Which we are not very proud of.
no.
But like, we have so many things that have historical significance, and there's just no one really cares.
Yeah.
Just compared to so many places that are our history is so important, and we need to remember all of our history and our legends and everything, and then we're just here yes, we
I wonder if there are any languages, because there's a lot of languages that are endangered, on the edge of no one speaks it anymore, and there's a lot of people trying to preserve those languages, which I think is a good thing, because I like languages, and Dutch is kind of just. I would not be incredibly surprised. It'd probably be a few centuries. But that eventually Dutch would also be one of those languages, and people would not care. There would be people from other countries, probably people from Belgium, because there are people who speak Dutch, Flemish, though that's also being, kind of suppressed. Most people speak French, and there are also people that speak Dutch, next to their French generally, but so it's not like it's being suppressed. That sounds as in there, French is more popular in Belgium, and I wonder how long it's going to take until English is more popular in the Netherlands, and eventually Dutch might become, at least probably less spoken. I can't find the power core anymore. Though it's going to take a long time to get become actually endangered or anything. But a lot of things that you say in Dutch naturally sound funny. Because there's where if you say something in English, it very easily becomes cool, kind of epic even. Where you say something in German, it becomes almost angry, but that's also often just how you're saying it. A lot of people have those memes of words in different languages, and German is just almost shouted. So it's that's a difference. Dutch just sounds funky. Well, Ocean, are you still there? Because I'm not hearing you anymore.
or only because you grabbed packages from them because they weren't healthy.
What?
And you had to take them because
What are you? What?
Did you miss a big part?
Did you not hear any? I think we were both talking, and I just stopped hearing you, and you stopped hearing me.
I think so too. Then because I didn't hear you at all.
I was
and then
talking
you suddenly
about
were just packages, huh?
packages. Yeah, I was talking about everything in Dutch sounds goofy. When English sounds kind of epic. German sounds kind of angry, and Dutch sounds goofy.
True, and a lot of people think other country people think that Dutch sounds very romantic. And I don't understand. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that. Which, to a Dutch person, just feels cursed.
I know.
Like,
Now I kind of want
schatje. Hey schatje, jij ziet er wel heet uit. Like,
oh no, no,
that is
no.
how. Like it's.
If you want something romantic, go for Spanish or maybe Portuguese or French.
Italian.
Italian.
Italian is a
go
very
for
good
romance language. Those are
Don't
pretty good.
go for
Don't go
Dutch.
for Dutch. If
Honestly,
you want something
if you
epic,
want anything, don't go for Dutch.
If you want something that inherently sounds incredibly goofy and random and weird, go for Dutch.
If you want to sound like a weird, then Dutch is your language.
Yeah.
You will love it.
But not a good weird.
No. But so what I was talking about was from the topic of the lack of just Dutch people being connected to the country. I was continuing on to saying you hopped in right as I started it, but I was in the middle of the second sentence or so. But so, do you know the last name of your neighbors?
No, I don't think so.
Have you ever gone for a drink at your neighbor's place?
Oh, I believe. Actually, the new neighbors not, because they recently they switched. Old neighbors, we used to watch their dogs sometimes, very long ago, longer than I could remember.
Do you know the names of like 5 people inside your street?
Actually, that I do know, because there's some people my parents talk to every now and again. I could name a few, and like some kids that I played with when I was young.
I guess because you actually lived there your entire life.
Yeah, that is also a thing.
Does make a bit more sense, but could you name the people like a couple streets away? Like,
absolutely not.
No.
I would have not a single clue.
If you go to, for example, Belgium is very close to the Netherlands.
Incredibly close. It borders even.
It borders
there's 0 meters between the two.
True.
Or Germany.
Except for a couple of places.
Yeah, but like, as in, like, the closest distance you can get between the two is 0.
Also,
so
I also have that problem you had, by the way, now, where I have all the power cores. I have... Oh, no, I know. We have to go to the land in the sky now, I think. I think that's where everything else will be.
Yeah, I'm also making sure that I, get the whole outlines of the map so that I... there's not, like, some small little thing out there that's...
Yeah, I also already did that. But the thing is, if you go to Belgium, my uncle used to live in Belgium. And
scary.
First of all, the culture there is very different. That's of course. But the funny thing is, there, you know the names of like your neighbors and everyone in your street. You go out and get drinks together quite often, and you get some coffee together sometime. Like, I would compare it to, at least from the Dutch perspective, your whole neighborhood is like your friends and family, kind of. Where in the Netherlands, like, if you know the name of your neighbor, then that's kind of special. Like,
yeah,
that doesn't happen often. And if you, like, and that's your direct neighbors. And, like, if you know people a street away, you're like, what?
You're literally a god. You don't even, it's not even a question.
People will legit, like, be kind of confused by that if you just were to go, like, for example, if you were from America or from any country, move to the Netherlands and be like, oh, I'm gonna go and meet the neighbors and meet the neighborhood, people will honestly, they'll be like interested, of course. It's because if you're gonna host like a barbecue, there'll be like, hey, free food, hell yeah.
Yeah,
but
kind of
they
crass,
will
but
at the same
kinda
time
true.
be slightly confused about like why like why would you just go over and meet people that are a whole street away? That's weird.
Yeah, it depends on where you live. I believe the neighborhood that I live, there's like 3 streets that do things together or something. I don't even really know what that's about, honestly. Like, as in, I don't know the specifics. And they do like some things, but like 10 times in a year or something at most. And that's still like, I don't usually show up on any of that.
Yeah, that's also
so-
a thing. So while there are
Like
certain
bouncy
things
castles.
that do get organized, most people will just be like, yeah, no, I won't go there. For a number of reasons. For like people who don't have social anxiety, the main reason is just like, yeah, everyone always complains about everything, and like spreads gossip and that kind of stuff, and we don't like that. We don't like those specific people, this person, and this person, that always spreads gossip about people and complains about people. If you can hear the irony in that, then congrats. You are smarter than those Dutch people.
Hey, I am a Dutch people.
It is a very just interesting thing how people are like, yeah, we don't like going to these social things because everybody complains and gossips. So let's, to our friends and family, complain and gossip about that.
Yeah.
But that just basically, it leads to people not really wanting to meet the people in their neighborhood because, if you don't really speak with each other regularly, then the only real thing you're gonna be talking about is things that are complaints towards other people, because you're like, hey, your music is too loud again. Hey, you parked in my spot, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Because if you don't see each other you don't have any other reason to see them. Which means you don't want any other reason to see them because you know each other as just that neighbor that complains all the time.
Wait, is Buurman Boulderbos kind of just how Dutch people are and other people aren't?
What is Buurman Boulderbos?
Oh, it's like the Donald Duck's neighbor.
Oh,
yeah.
That is how all Dutch people see each other.
Well, not all of them. I don't have anyone that I would think about like that.
But like,
as in, that's more Dutch than other things.
I'm pretty sure actually Buurman Boulderbos from the Dutch comics, I'm pretty sure for the international comics that aren't made in the Netherlands,
doesn't exist.
I don't think he's an actual character.
Yeah, I thought maybe that's also a thing. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I have anyone that I think of like that. Is like, as I said, I believe I live
also
in a
don't
more like
but
sociable
actually
area.
I do. I always want to complain about the kids being annoying by kicking their stupid little football against my wall when I'm trying to sleep. I mean, it makes sense. I'm not actually complaining towards them because my sleep schedule that doesn't make sense. So it makes sense that they are playing football in the middle of the day. Please don't do it against the wall that my head is next to, because that is very loud.
Okay, so I should stop doing that then. Noted.
Yes.
I definitely play football
again,
always.
See, I am that complaining neighbor.
Yeah, that's mean. You should stop being complaining.
Yeah.
Should stop being a neighbor. Live in a house that has no neighbors.
Just live in a small house in the middle of nowhere. Just, there is no house within multiple kilometers.
Yeah, there's a lot of things.
Not even my own house is within a couple of kilometers of where I live.
But
I might be homeless.
There's a lot of things as well about, like, actually Dutch culture in, like, you know, mindset.
True, there is a very distinct Dutch mindset.
Yeah, like, for example, you know, if someone says that if you have an appointment at like 9 o'clock or something, I don't know, then you should be there at like 9 o'clock or maybe 5 minutes before. And apparently in most other places, that's like you're there anywhere from 8 to 10, or like maybe not that extreme, but you know, you're there somewhere around that time, and then you'll see if you meet each other like wherever or what.
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't even know.
Honestly, Dutch people are very strict in their planning and stuff.
Yeah, practical but strict. And
yeah. And that does mean that if there's like someone that quite often comes around without it, like first asking or making an appointment, that very often is seen as like a very negative trait when, like, you know, your grandson or something like shows up out of nowhere for some coffee, that usually actually will get more complaints.
Well, it depends on the person and the situation.
It depends on the person. I have one grandma that will literally say, like, yeah, you did not ask if you could come, so you can go home. Which...
That is pretty harsh.
Again, no, from her perspective, fully valid, very busy person.
Yeah, so I get it. Like...
It is very strict, and it is very harsh. But that's an extreme, of course. But there is, like, certain people that Dutch people will know by how often you are too late when they have to plan for inviting you over. Which honestly, I think it's hilarious how, like, when my aunt, who is always way too late, when we have like a family gathering, whoever is organizing it will just invite her to be there 2 hours earlier than everyone else, and then she'll still be later than the rest.
Yeah.
Which is just, it's such an interesting phenomenon that we're just like, oh yeah, of course, we are going to invite this person to be 2 hours late or early, and then they're still going to be like over an hour late, and we're going to get annoyed at that.
Yeah, in the Netherlands, that's like the people. There's most people have someone that they know that is that, and it's definitely seen as a negative thing. Like, also kind of like that person, you know. So like kind of like you know the person, so it's kind of like a thing about them. So it's not necessarily. It's kind of familiar, more than just negative.
True.
But it's,
and also, like,
the trait isn't seen as a good thing.
I've seen memes of people saying like, oh yeah, we all have that one friend who is always late. And the thing is, to a Dutch person, you're all late. That one friend that is always late to you, yeah, we have that, but no, you're all, compared to normal Dutch people, you are all that friend that's late. You were 5 minutes late. You're the friend that's always late now.
Yeah.
And we will from now on always invite you to be there 5 minutes early so that you will be there on time.
Yes, that is pretty true. And it's also like, there's also things of like on street, right? You walk or you cycle your own way, and you don't talk to people.
True.
I believe that's a thing that in other countries it's like you kind of just talk to someone that's next to you on like a bus stop or like something, on a bus, maybe.
Yeah.
In the Netherlands, that's not a thing. As a socially anxious person, I'm very happy that that's not a normal thing. But
I can understand for socially anxious people that's great.
Yeah.
I do quite often try to have social interactions with people because, you know, it does very often do a lot of good to the person.
Yeah, there's a lot of people just kind of do want the social interaction and they just don't get it because people are not always interested and it's not really in the culture, but
some of my favorite moments that I've had are just like, you know, going up to people, sharing a donut and talking about them being an old teacher that used to teach math and just having a fun conversation and then never speaking with that person ever again.
Yeah.
Kind of like how as a child you'd go to the playground and kind of make a friend for the day and then you'd never see them again, like at an amusement park playground thingy.
Yeah.
Or on vacation, etc. But that's not a normal thing most Dutch people do.
Yeah.
Also, shall we now go up to the skyline?
Yeah, I was probably about to
Because
propose that. Because I think
I'm pretty sure they're
the stuff around
right
here.
above
Maybe
the
there's more stuff.
Maze Valley or the ruins.
I'll kind of just go upward and see what I find.
Yeah, if you just go up, you'll eventually see them.
Huh. This plane might be suited for VTOL. Probably the less than the 2. But, you know, it would definitely have...
What?
It could probably take off...
What do you mean more
VTOL.
the V than T? Yeah.
More the T than the L. More the takeoff than the landing.
Okay, I thought you said V than the T, which is like
yeah, I
more
said
the
that.
vertical
I tried to
than
correct
the
myself,
takeoff.
and I thought I did it goodly
More
enough.
vertical than takeoff.
Where is the sky?
Okay, I found the islands.
Okay, I'm going ultimately or totally the wrong direction.
Though I'm pretty sure there's more than these ones because these are just like it's very small and a couple and there's nothing on here.
I found some.
Oh, there's a lot more. There's a lot of them.
Have we just done half of the whole campaign?
No. But I'm pretty sure. So, from what I heard, there's like a bunch of small floating islands that are kind of like a little trail that lead you towards the main big one. Where I think pipes are up there. From what I've
this is probably not the big
people
one.
saying that's where you find pipes. I think I found it. I followed the trail and they do lead to a large cluster.
Okay, cool.
And also, the sky will turn like bright blue
I think I'm
again.
seeing it a bit. Yeah, there.
Yeah, that's the trail. That's the trail.
Turn bright blue again. Oh, yep. Oh, that is a lot of bright blue.
Yeah. So if you look down, it just looks like brownish red.
If I look down, it looks like white. Oh, no,
Beach
it looks
ball!
orange, brown.
Beach balls dispenser.
Poop. S is poop color.
Yeah, it's just a little... Honestly, it looks like poop that looks grayish, reddish.
Now, are we just gonna do all of the things around here as well separately? Or...
I crashed. I already landed, luckily, so... Nope, I didn't land, fuck.
Oh.
I thought I landed good enough, but apparently I did not land enough.
Stop landing not enough. Start landing enough. Germany.
Buy
country.
firm up.
Buy firm up. The company.
But yeah, I honestly, personally, I think the Dutch culture-ish... The thing is, we don't have culture, so you can't call it culture, but there's no other name for it.
Culture, maybe behavioral culture, it's kind of that.
The Dutch mindset, I guess.
Dutch mindset. The Dutch.
yeah, is at least to me an incredibly interesting thing to think of because it's so different from what most cultures are like with actual culture.
Yeah.
Because like most countries have like legends and stories and stuff to talk about, cool religions that originated there. And then the Dutch just have like, yes, we will steal the Germans' fairy tales.
True.
I don't know what else to do. What do you expect us to have? Mythology? The religion? No, we're just gonna steal the German little stories, the little funky stories about the children being eaten and stuff. And people cutting their toes off to fit in the shoes, the Cinderella, those kind of stories. They're
fairy tales, yeah.
Yeah, the normal fairy tales. We just kind of were like, yeah, that's it. That's all we get.
This is Germany, so it's us now. Yeah, you've probably never noticed that, but secretly all Dutch people, even us, we're always permanently speaking with a German accent. You probably only now started to notice it because I said it, but it's always there.
It's always
there when you're
there.
focusing on it. It's there is no such thing as a Dutch person that actually speaks good English. There is only German.
No. There is only the Germans.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But no, the thing is, we stole the Germans' fairy tales, and we're like, yes, this is ours now.
It is.
And then there was like, we have no real religion, so let's just steal.
Let's just do the default Western European.
No, we're not there yet.
Oh.
Let's just be like, Vikings are here. Let's just kind of be like,
hey,
that's cool. We're gonna make our own little religion called Germanic, and I have no idea what it actually means, to be honest. As far as I know, the old religions from the Dutch people were so not well documented that there isn't a lot to really learn about. Which, interestingly, I do like how many mysteries it leads to, because we have like things called hunnebedden, which are just random giant rocks that are in certain like kind of like Stonehenge-ish.
But then.
But smaller and for different reasons built.
More
and
Dutch.
No one knows why they're here. And more Dutch, yeah.
Yeah, they're more Dutch. They're smaller because it's practical. Why would you need big rocks? They're just there anyway. You don't do anything with them, so they're just there.
And kind of the opposite of Stonehenge, where it's one giant thing. The Dutch just have like a lot of these smaller little things with giant rocks that have been here for a very long time, that have literally no possible way of naturally being put that way, but it is also very unlikely that from how old the things surrounding them are, that they have been there, like made by humans. So we're like, no idea how these rocks got here. They're too heavy for the time period to be moved here. And we're just like, I guess they exist. Neat.
I guess they're there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like how the Egyptian pyramids, we have no idea how they managed to get all those heavy rocks up there, except it's less cool.
It's less incredible.
It's the exact same, we're Dutch, we steal other people's culture. It's the exact same thing, but less cool.
It's less ordered into like a shape. It's less like, this this is a
Yeah,
temple.
it's just-
It's more like this is a thing.
It's just like these are 3 just normal rock-shaped boulders that are stacked into a little like house-like shape. And there's just random the pottery shards in there. Woo!
I love the excited.
Just woo! Pottery shards, bones of old
Shard.
people. We have no idea how these rocks got here. Woo! And that's all we
Yeah.
know about our old religion. But yay!
Another interesting thing, because there's like, there's shows that have been localized to Dutch, and a few shows that are originally Dutch. But for example, if my mom, I believe, as a kid, always listened to or like watched German television, because the Netherlands didn't really have its own stuff. It was just kind of like, we speak,
back in the
we
day,
speak German, so it's fine. We speak English, so it's fine. We speak French, so just do it.
Yeah, that's also so. The Dutch, we have like we get taught like Dutch, French, English, German. We are forced to learn all the languages because that's the only part of our history we do still do anything directly with, because we're forced to be taught all those languages in school because we used to trade with the countries.
Yeah.
Much to the annoyance of every single Dutch student ever, because
Except for me,
they don't.
But I hate school.
True.
So actually.
But at the same time, everyone still, even you, will complain that the French do not have to learn Dutch, right?
I don't complain about that. I can understand the French.
Okay.
They're speaking Dutch
the
and
Dutch,
they're like, I don't know
Dutch
what he's saying.
specifically, but like German or just no other country is forced to learn our language, and we have to learn everyone else's, and it's kind of unfair. A lot of people feel.
Well, I personally, I guess it's kind of technically unfair, but also I like it, and it's kind of like, you can understand them while they have no clue what you're talking about. So you're like, spy.
True, it is like for people who enjoy languages,
it's great.
Still
because you get
cool.
taught them at a young age and stuff.
But at the same time, if you were to replace the forced learning these languages that people don't care about with, if you want to, you can learn any language you want. You just have to learn Dutch and English, and that's important. But
you need Dutch, you need English. You need English. You might also do Dutch if you're kind of crazy. And then, like, I don't know, you instead of French and German, you get like how to pay your taxes class. That would be interesting.
Oh, that would be nice. How to have a good functional social life. That's also pretty.
That would be incredible. I would do that as well.
I think that would be a good class to give, honestly, in every country nowadays.
Yeah.
What else would be a good class to know? Oh yeah, of course. How to be a functional adult and, like, manage your money. For example, the paying taxes, but also things like how to get a job, how to, like, write your resume, how to buy a house also might be pretty important. That kind of stuff. That might be pretty cool to learn instead of being forced to learn languages to people who really don't need to know these languages and really don't want to know these languages, and then are forced to learn them because otherwise they will fail at school. Yes. Even though there's literally no reason to actually learn them.
Another thing about Dutch culture, we don't like school.
I mean, that's every culture.
No, but like, as in the Netherlands, every student is like, I hate school. The teachers are stupid people. most of the time, and I don't like having to go to school. While in other countries, there's still, a sense of like the teachers are smart people. In the Netherlands, teachers being smart people is specific teachers that are like, this is the cool teacher.
Actually,
Much stronger.
there's a
I
very
feel.
good reason for that one, actually. And that's literally just the Netherlands size. A lot of countries have you have to travel quite a bit to get to school, and most kids at school are not from your direct area. Like, they're from your area, but they don't live super close, and it's one of the only times you get to see a lot of your friends, because you normally live quite far away, especially in America and such, meaning you enjoy going to school a lot more, because that's one of the only places you get to see certain friends.
Sure.
Well, in the Netherlands, everything is small, so
except for the
at least
people.
all the locations. Yeah.
Yeah.
Locationally speaking, you can visit your family on the other side of the country and be there literally there and back before it gets dark.
Yeah, but then to get, from the head to the toes, it's still a few days journey.
No. Oh,
No,
from the people, yeah.
Yeah,
the
because
people,
Dutch people are tall. That was the joke.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well,
but
it's not really a joke
getting
that
from
Dutch people, it's
from
just
the
how tall.
very tip of Limburg to the very tip of Friesland, you can go there and
That's a few
back.
hours.
And be literally, if you go
Be home for
kind
dinner.
of around I don't know, 10 in the morning, at not too late of a time, not too early, you'll be back before dinner if you go by train or by car, or not by bike, but
bike
by
will take
most. Even if you go by bike, you can incredibly easily just get everywhere within a short amount of time.
Yeah, 2-3 days or something. I'd say that's.
I mean,
get you places.
I recently went a couple cities away by bike, just within a couple hours.
Yeah, in if you have cities like in the US, a lot of those cities are big, incredibly hyper urban cities. Oh, I have all of the crates and all of the power cores. Cool. They're hyper urban cities that have whole suburbs that are all sorted in rectangles, and they're, the US is a specific type of case because it was designed with a ruler and a compass, whereas the Netherlands is kind of there's goofy people and they have goofy little houses. But yeah, it's cities in the Netherlands, the biggest cities are smaller than most small cities probably in the US.
I mean, the thing is, the Netherlands itself, what we call a really big area, a province, very easily, is just a couple of cities in other countries.
Yeah. I wonder if New York is bigger than, Holland.
I'm actually looking
total.
exactly that up. Also, I searched that, and funnily enough, New York actually is Dutch.
Oh yeah,
that used to be Dutch.
That is also a fun thing.
That's a fun story we can
Dutch
talk about
history.
while I look up.
Yeah, I'll try to tell it, because
yeah,
there's a few traces of the Netherlands all over the world. I believe there's 10 or 20 cities that are called either Amsterdam or New Amsterdam, and Amsterdam is the thing that people know about the Netherlands. Really, that is the thing that people seem to know about the Netherlands, is that there is Amsterdam. They often don't even know the name because they call it Holland, which is two of the provinces together are Holland, which is there are 12 provinces, and then a whole bunch more, because we still have, I believe technically there's one island around the Caribbean area that is a sovereign state within the Netherlands, and then there's two more that are their
the
own
Dutch
provinces.
Antilles.
Yeah, the Antilles.
Yeah.
Not ant hills, but the Antilles.
Yeah.
Which are islands.
We kind of just own them, kind of.
Yeah,
not fully, but
we
kind
asked them
of.
like, "Hey guys, you want to be part of the Netherlands?" And part of them said like, "No, we're out of here." Part of them said like, we'll stay." And it was kind of like, you know, influence and money. So like, if the Netherlands gives money, then they also want some influence. So some of them said, "No, we don't want that influence," and some of them said, "We could really use the money."
Yeah.
So Netherlands is very wide, technically speaking.
Yeah. Also, so I looked it up, and New York City is
Now we're gonna hear it.
half the size of the smallest province
Oh, that's
of the Netherlands,
that's smaller than I expected, honestly.
which is actually quite that is still, to us at least, very big.
Oh yeah, it's still very big,
Because,
but it's bigger
like,
than I honestly imagined. Is that Zeeland? Smallest?
No, it's the land area is Flevoland, and total area is Utrecht. I thought it would have been one of the two, but yeah.
But yeah, that's still quite big.
I also am real quick gonna look up how big. Yeah, so our city, which feels quite large.
Yeah, I believe it's
Again,
one of the.
not gonna dox ourselves, but
it's one of the bigger ones.
Our city, actually, it isn't. It's one of the smaller cities compared to like a lot of the others. It's not the biggest. It's also not the smallest city for sure.
No, definitely not the smallest. But it is one of the bigger ones, like in the top 20 at least.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Because okay, so our city is about 90 kilometers squared, which means that if I calculate correctly, that means about 80. Yeah, I think until fuck.
Good docs. Antwerpen.
Well then.
We live in the Dutch city of Antwerpen.
It's still a big city. But
it's still a big city.
Whose name I will not. I have no idea what it is. I will never say. No.
We don't even know where we live. It's just. We live in Lyon.
I'm so smart.
We live in Lyon. No, we
That's
live in Birmingham.
Absolute genius move, right?
Yeah, I'm impressed. I didn't know you could be that smart.
But we fit inside of New York like 80 times.
Yeah, easily.
Which is a lot.
That sounds less than I would have expected. Still, it's
What the hell? Where is this crate? Oh, there it is. But interestingly enough, the biggest cities like Amsterdam, Rotterdam.
Yeah, those are two big ones.
They actually don't fit inside of New York that many times.
That many I thought you were going to say not at all. Well, I was like, that's impossible. But
like, you know, our city fits inside of New York about 80 times.
Mm.
Rotterdam fits inside New York slightly more than 2 times.
Oh, I was
Like,
I was
not
thinking
even
like
1.5
7 or
times.
something.
No, not even 2 times.
Damn. That's not what I would have expected.
I mean, I've never been there, so I have no idea how big it actually feels. But
True. I've never been outside of Europe, outside of Western Europe even.
I meant like the Netherlands. Even I've not been in a lot of places.
Yeah, I've never been to New York, not in Rotterdam either. I think I've technically been in Amsterdam, half of which was within a train station. So, yeah.
I want to. Every single thing I look up will give me the population numbers of all the cities. I want to see the biggest cities, as in.
I want to see the biggest cities you've ever seen.
I don't want to see how many number. I want to see how many size.
Great.
By area, I guess that. Wow. Thank you for telling me which one is the biggest, but I want to see how big. No, that's how many people. Stop with the people. Also, I think our city is the biggest. Is one of the biggest in population numbers, but not in area.
Yeah, because like the Netherlands in general is a very packed country, not as in packed with them ass or anything, but as in packed with them people. Many people for not that much area.
I'm pretty sure we have like one of, if not the highest.
One of the highest densities, definitely. It's just a lot of people in the little area.
Let me real quick see.
Probably like the highest 5% or something.
I'm pretty sure we aren't as high as some Asian countries.
We are definitely that high. We have all of the weed. Ooh,
we are 27th in the world.
Oh, Ocean, watch out. Tuck away all your Alexes. Wait, I'm Alice. Oh no! Because there is anti-Alex. So,
well, maybe that just means they're the opposite of Alex.
Yeah, but like, Alex. Have you ever had like particle physics? Because if like negative and positive of the same particles meet, they both get de-existed, and I believe there's a big energy discharge. Like big. Like, have you ever? Well, practically nuclear fission uses it.
I like fish.
It's just these things split, and then neutrons and stuff happens, and very, very small particles like cancel each other out and stuff and become unstable, and a lot of energy comes from those small little things, which is very interesting. But it's a lot of energy. So anyway, now that we have completed this 5-hour-long joke. Hello, Anti-Alex.
Welcome to stream.
Yes, welcome to this stream. We're gaying.
I've been to this island so many times and I can't find it. I need one more crate, and I'm pretty sure on this island, and I just can't find it. Is it like under a tree or something? I mean, oh my god, it's gonna be here in the tree. No? Yep, it is. Okay, just this one, and then I have everything.
Even the tree?
No, the cone 2x2x1.
Oh, that's...
But, of course, there are a lot of countries that have, like, slightly higher population density. Though usually they also have way less population.
As in they're like very small countries in general.
Yeah, for example, Sint Maarten, which is part of the Netherlands, which has like 44,000 people over a 34 square kilometer area. Which, you know,
Wait, does
That's what-
everybody... Does everybody that has you in their stream make a joke about particle physics and two, like, particles cancelling each other out because they're each other's negatives? That's specific.
Streamers are smarter than I
Yeah.
am.
That's interesting. Everyone particle physicist.
That's cities. I want countries.
But another thing I was thinking about, right? Coffee shops. You know, it's a place where you...
That's also a really Dutch thing, yeah.
It's a place where you get coffee. You know, you go there and you get your coffee.
You know, Starbucks is a coffee
yeah.
shop.
But not in the
Starbucks?
Netherlands. Oh, no.
Well, in the Netherlands,
no,
Starbucks
no.
is the
Well,
same
Starbucks
as in
is the
every
same.
country.
But the coffee shops are not. Starbucks
No.
in the Netherlands, it's
If
not
you
a Dutch
in the Netherlands say,
coffee shop.
I am going to a coffee shop,
People
that
know what
means
you're up
something very different. If you're gonna get some coffee, then you usually actually say like
Yeah,
a
you go
coffee
to maybe
business.
a coffee store or something. But not a
I think a
coffee
coffee business, koffiezaakje.
yeah, like a coffee.
So, yeah.
Yeah, something else
Something
than
like that.
literally coffee shop, because the Dutch word coffee
Because
shop
a coffee shop
means something different.
a
Something you'll
drug
all know
shop
about in the Netherlands.
for weed.
Probably. Yeah, I don't know the specifics. I thought it was just drug. I don't even know what drugs are legal. I'm the
Weed.
least cool Dutch person, because next to not
It's
having
just
cool
weed is
things
legal.
from other countries, I actually also don't know many things about the Netherlands. Like
Weed is the only legal drug in the Netherlands.
No coffee, no alcohol, no smoking.
Okay, but those aren't seen as direct drugs by most people because
Then
you know
most people are kind of stupid.
don't-
Well, like coffee is fine,
True.
but you know, alcohol and smokes. Those
Yeah.
are drugs.
But yeah, in the Netherlands, weed just you go to a coffee shop not to get coffee. I'm pretty sure they don't even have coffee at the majority of coffee shops.
Probably not.
They just sell weed. From the few that I've seen, like from the outside, I don't think I've ever seen any coffee inside. So
Yeah, I don't even know if I've ever seen one. Maybe like once or twice, but I
you
probably
definitely
didn't.
have. I've
Or like-
literally
yeah, but
shown
like-
you one multiple times before. Like, hey, that's a coffee shop.
Have you? I have no
have.
clue. I usually probably don't know what it's like if no one tells me. I did not remember having ever heard that it... That's interesting.
Do we like Star Wars?
I've definitely seen 1.3 of the movies.
How many have you seen?
I've seen, I believe it was The Last Jedi and then part of the first one, but I didn't. But I don't know, because I've heard about the progressions.
Every single Star Wars movie and none of the shows.
I do know
I do
more
like
about
Star
Star Wars. It's cool. I like it.
Actually,
I'm just
I
not
have
a big fan necessarily.
now that we have all parts unlocked, finally I can actually show some stuff. I can't actually use everything because wait, I don't have an armored seat. Do you not?
Oh really?
Oh, I guess that makes a lot of sense that you don't get an armored seat in the area where you do combat.
Oh, true. Because dog fights, but then not with actual dog. Well, if you're having a dog fight with furries, I guess it can still be a dog fight.
Let me real quick move.
No, not a good pun. Well, pun like joke. is mean. I'm gonna shoot you now. I missed you now.
But look, I have a little X-wing.
You have
I
a
made
X-wing.
it really long ago, but it is not very good. But I made this one a while ago, and it was very fun to make.
There.
It controls like absolute shit though.
How do you
It's
control shit?
absolutely terrible. You don't.
Swear words is
And
also a Dutch thing.
True. We like swearing with illnesses.
Yeah. We have every, you can say in English, like we have every swear word that you have in Dutch. But in Dutch, we literally have every swear word that you have in English, plus the words we came up with ourselves, right? In the sense that
Yeah.
we're like shit. We're like fuck. Also exists in Dutch. We just use them. I use merd every now and again, which is French for shit. Or if you just had German class, you're gonna use some of those swears. There's a lot of swears in the Dutch language, and
like, normal languages will swear with things like, body
Poop.
parts, poop, and that kind of stuff.
Poop is.
And then the Dutch are just like, yes, terminal illnesses. That's
Yeah,
a good thing to swear with.
It's not always nice.
No, it isn't.
If
There's
anyone's-
a shocking amount of... If you ever go to the Netherlands, do not be surprised when people are just throwing around various illnesses for no reason.
As in word form, not physically.
Yeah, not physically.
That will be very interesting. But yeah, there's a lot of, you could call it verbal violence, and maybe not
Dutch
even
people
more
like
than English, but
There's
a
a lot more words.
There's a lot more words. There's a lot more variation. Hey.
Though one thing that is very great about Dutch swearing is you can literally say any combination of adjectives and you can just string together words. You have an object and you put some random adjectives in front of it, and now it's a swear.
Uitgepeste appelsien. And it's like it just there is like a specific way that you can say
squished
Dutch.
Mandarin.
Yeah, it's squished. Well, technically, I believe it's what's the word? An orange, not a tangerine.
True.
But like it's you just say it in a certain word and it sounds spicy, and it's like there's such normal Dutch things that you just say slightly different in like intonation and stuff, and then suddenly it's like an incredibly derogatory type of thing. Like if you say van die mensen die, then it just means those types of people that, or like those people that. But if you say it like in a slightly
in the way you said it,
mean.
it was already.
It was okay. It's like but like as in like you can say it kind of normally, but you can very easily say it incredibly aggressively. It's
It's honestly an interesting skill.
It's an interesting skill that all Dutch people are born with a +10 modifier for. Yeah.
Yeah.
Afgezaagde hakbel. That means a sawed-off axe.
Axe.
Sawed-off axe.
Well, specifically a chopping axe.
Yeah, specifically a chopping axe. Not a...
Yeah. Sliding axe.
Yeah.
This axe is for chopping only, not for sliding.
Technically,
Do not
that is
slide
defined in the
the
word that
axe.
it is. But yeah, but like, it's just a lot of... You just say incredibly normal, random, like, things that aren't specific or special or anything, and you can still make it sound so incredibly much like a swear. You don't even have to come up with things that are actually swearable You just
No,
gotta
you
say
can
like,
just call someone like a square closet,
yeah,
and they'll just be like, or a square, specifically a square clothes closet. That makes it a
Yeah.
better swear. Like,
yeah.
if you say like jij vierkante kast, that's like but jij vierkante kleerkast,
Yeah.
like that's you know that's the real shit.
Which ties back into another part of Dutch that it shares with German. Long words. Yeah, have you ever heard of the word Hottentotten And there's competitions almost of like who can come up with the longest word, and there's like Hottentotten tentoonstellingspresentator schroeven hokjesschroeven fabriek. They're like incredibly long words, and they're incredibly stupid.
Let me look it up.
And like
I looked
specific
up
things. They're like
langste woord Nederlands, which means longest word Dutch. And the first thing that Google decided to show me is the translation from Dutch to English, langste to longest.
I'm gonna ask ChatGPT actually what it comes up with.
Ooh, that's a good one. Also, interestingly, the longest official word is not anything Hottentotte related.
Interesting. Yeah, that's probably not.
It's
official.
arbeidsongeschiktheidsverzekeringsmaatschappij.
Oh yeah. Ooh.
Which basically means the. What
It's
does
like
that exactly
arbeidsongeschiktheid means that you're disabled from
Aren't-
being. You can't really
you're
work.
unable to have
because
a
of,
job,
like,
and
reasons,
then it's
different
the
reasons.
insurance
The company that
group
does the insurance for people
for
that are
people
not
who
able
are
to work.
unable to have work.
Yeah, that's a
one
sentence
word.
in English. It's a word in Dutch. ChatGPT gave me meervoudige persoonlijkheidsstoornis.
That one actually is
Yeah.
the number one in het Vandalen, which is our.
Wait, oh yeah, fuck
thing.
is also in Vandalen with, I believe, 3 or 4 different definitions. The Vandalen is pretty much the big dictionary.
Actually,
it's like
no.
Cambridge,
The number
kind
one.
of.
Sorry, the number one has 50 letters.
Oeh.
Aansprakelijkheidswaardevaststellingverandering.
Aansprakelijkheidswaarde. Oh god.
Aansprakelijkheidswaardevaststellingsverandering.
Vaststellingsverandering. Aansprakelijkheids.
It's multiple.
Oh god. Send it in chat. I'm gonna try to remember the whole thing so I can pronounce it properly.
It's not that hard to pronounce for a Dutch person.
Yeah, true. Try pronounce this
so
correctly
weird.
as an English person. Try
If
you're looking at this
chat,
at home.
It's so big. Like, it looks like I should not be able to say that, but I can easily say it within like 2 tries.
Yeah, like try to say it at home. If you're not Dutch, try and pronounce that at home.
Try
like,
to
as in,
comment
you don't
how
speak
you'd
Dutch.
pronounce it.
Yeah, try and phonetically write it down. With some of the sounds like the IJ, the AI, or the EI, and then double vowels like AA. That's actually the only double vowel in there. And then, for example, I'd love to hear how you think you pronounce the V in there half the time, or, for example, the G's that aren't part of nye. And then even there's slight differences I find between letters like P, M and N, L, W. There's still differences in those between Dutch and English. But there's some like very confusing things like which are just
but try to now
English.
you try to pronounce this one.
De aansprakelijkheidswaardevaststellingsveranderingen.
And now let's try to explain what that means.
Okay. So, veranderingen means changes. Vaststellen means to, kind of solidify. So, like you say, like,
solidify
write it down or, put it in the system. So,
not even that, but just, really commit to
commit
the
it,
thing,
I guess.
Yeah.
Waarde is worth, like value. And aansprakelijkheid is whoever is, kind of to blame for something, responsible.
Yeah.
So the whole thing together means changes in, I guess it means changes in how you solidify
Who's
worth.
to blame?
The amount of worth for who is to blame, I guess.
So I guess it's probably something to do with like law-related things.
Yeah, it's probably law stuff. So it's if you have words that long and that specific, there's often things that are just kind of like specifics about the words that not everybody knows because they don't deal with it.
Want to know what the official longest place in Netherlands is?
Ooh. Are you gonna have like a
I'm not gonna be able to pronounce this one. It actually has.
Is it like French or German or something sounding?
I have no idea what this is.
Oh, that. Dalmata wa. That's gotta be somewhere in the Antilles or something. Maybe. I mean, Suriname.
No, it's in the Netherlands directly.
Really? Wow. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna land to try and pronounce that one because that's.
Oh wait, no, never mind. It's in New Zealand. It's not in Zealand.
Oh.
Zeeland.
That makes sense because I was like, that's not Dutch.
Yeah.
That's like, it's a loan word, definitely. Taumata wakatangi hanga koawa otamate aturi pukakapinki manga horonu kupo kai ven wakitanatahu.
I just found that one of the longest words in Dutch is an insult, and you won't guess. I'm gonna translate it to English before saying it in Dutch.
I'm gonna have to guess what the Dutch word is, or.
Yeah. So there's one word that I do have to explain beforehand because part of it is in here, which is sodemietere, which means just fuck off.
Well, yeah, it can mean different things. It can also mean like something falling down or something.
True. In this case, it means fuck off.
Yeah, get lost.
Yeah.
Get lost. Words.
Yeah. So it is sand soap, part of sodemietere, which is half.
Oh.
Half of that is mineral. Water, stone, beams.
Stain, bone. Okay.
No, beams with an M.
Oh, beams, straal. Soda. Wait. Can you type that translation in chat, please? Because I'm not going to be able to remember
sand, soap, soda.
What? Am I just incidentally hitting all of the rocks when I try to go down, or is it... Oh, or am I back down again? Oh, that would make sense. Walmart. Zand, zeep, soda... Mine watersteenstraal. Mine waterrotstraal.
Close.
So
wanna hear it? I really love the sodemietere and mineral one because it is zandzeep, soda-mineraalwatersteenstralen.
Zandzeep, soda-mineraalwaterstralen?
Yeah. And you wanna know what it means?
Oh god, probably like
the same as sodemietere. That's great, right? Yeah. That is just incredible.
Oh, we haven't done the thing about, trees and bombs yet.
True, trees and bombs.
You were going to talk about that still.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things when wanting to teach people how certain letters work.
Yeah. Actually,
So
wait. Let's first
from-
let's start first with trying to pronounce simple verbs. You know.
Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah. So, let's start with this. How do you think you'd pronounce those 3 letters? It means
I
bomb.
know.
Go ahead.
It probably means bomb. Probably pronounced bomb.
It is pronounced bomb.
Bomb.
Now,
Yeah. It's. I
then in
secretly
Dutch,
know it.
in Dutch, if there's 2 of the same
Yes.
letter directly constant, I forget which one, it makes a different sound. Just like in English, this would be boom. In Dutch, it isn't boom. It is slightly different, but it does make a different sound.
It's a regular thing actually in Dutch. As long as it's not
Yeah.
a loan word, it's a regular thing.
Yeah. So how do you think that is pronounced?
I'm just giving you people at home some time to think about it. It's pronounced
yeah.
boom. So you have
Yeah.
boom and boom. Oh,
And it just depends on if there's 1 or 2 O's.
yes. Now don't get
Um,
fooled. I pronounce O and O different lengths, not because they actually are different lengths, but because it feels like that makes sense if you're explaining it. But Dutch is notorious for
Yeah. You
being
can
a
also do
type
it
of
the other
language
way.
that's
You can also do
incredibly quickly
boom
a boom.
and boom.
Boom. Yeah, it does
Yeah,
not matter
it-
at all.
There is
Except
no
for-
actual length between
Except
them.
for the fact that if you don't pronounce it very quickly in like a casual conversation, it will almost feel stocky. Like it's kind of like why are you talking so slow? It's faster than English because, for example, in English, American English, there's a difference between a flashlight and a flashlight, which
Yeah.
a lot of Dutch people don't get. Or there's a difference
Yeah.
between math and meth.
Yeah.
It's the suspense on it.
So
Math is much
now that
less
you know
evil.
bomb and boom,
Mhm.
what would you assume this is? These are multiple bombs.
Bommen.
Yep. So since it's multiple bombs, it makes sense to still have the O, right?
Yes.
Because it does. It still keeps the O.
Yeah, it sounds the same. And you know,
there's
you have
2
it.
M's there. I will not explain why yet.
No, we are not going to explain that yet because then you would be too smart. All of you would be like, "Oh, I know it."
So how do you think this is pronounced? You can probably guess from the fact that we're talking about it that it's not bomben, because it is
Bowman.
and you might be wondering, but there's only 1 O. Well, don't 2 O's make the O sound?
Yes.
No. Yes,
But no.
a single O can make both.
Yeah, a single O
Why?
can make both. It depends on where it is in a syllable. If it's the last letter of a syllable, then it will still produce a long sound, which is
Yeah,
a difference.
A good reference to that, I think, in other languages, at least the only language that I know of where that makes a lot of sense, is Swahili.
I bet
because
everybody's going to be able to relate to Swahili.
I know most people don't speak Swahili, but in Swahili, every single part of a syllable will end in a vowel, which is the AE, right? The AEOI.
Yeah,
That's the
that's
vowel.
vowels. E-A-A-O-U.
And so, which means that words will always have that same sound because they always end on that exact letter. But when doing other language in Swahili, you quite quickly realize, hey, they like loan words and stuff, you very quickly realize, hey, that doesn't really work. And to people learning Swahili and doing like Swahili pronunciations, that does not make any sense when you have to like use a letter that normally should not be at that part of a word. And it makes a different sound. And in Dutch, if you would have a word that works like Swahili, where it ends on a vowel, it will always make its kind of long sound.
Yeah.
Be that the O, the A, the A, the E. The letter I, by the way, also is a very weird one.
Yeah.
We can also address why that one is kind of fucky-wucky in a second. But basically, it will always be the long sound. But
yeah, it's
technically
if it's at the end of a syllable, it's always the long sound.
Yeah,
the last
but
word.
if it's not at the end of a syllable, so anywhere in the middle of, or I think in the start also, right?
Yeah. Yeah, like until.
Yeah. It will always be the short sound.
Yeah.
Which
long
you'd
as it's not
expect
long
from
words.
the short letter. Which means that even though you have a word where, it begins with bomb having a single M and a single O, and tree having two O's and a single M, or tree having a single M and two O's,
Boom.
to multiple trees only having one M and one O, just like bomb actually had, and then multiple bombs having two M's and a single O, which it feels weird that the multiple of bomb is not that,
Yeah.
because that looks like it would work, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
Which is just, yeah.
But
And
now,
to African speakers, I'm pretty sure, like African as a language is fairly similar to Dutch.
like
And
Afrikaans,
it's actually,
the language.
yeah, Afrikaans.
So the language they speak
it-
in South Africa,
Africa.
the country.
Yeah, in South Africa,
It's
the country. Yeah,
very confusing.
confusing. But they do actually have a couple of rules that make, at least to me, a little more
Yeah.
sense in that way. Which is funny how a non-Dutch language that is,
a language
I think,
that came from
derived
Dutch. Yeah, it came from Dutch, and they were kind of like, what the fuck are these lads doing? And it kind of just made our language good, and we were like, it sounds funny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is just, it's so interesting how they managed to make our language better just by removing rules.
Yeah. Not as much as German, where the whole language is rules, exceptional rules, and exceptional rules. It's just every rule has its exceptions, which has its exceptions, and all of those exceptions are rules again.
Yeah, and where German has just rules and exceptions to the rules which are rules, infinitely. Dutch just has like a couple of rules that make no sense, and then a bunch of stuff that is just completely random. Just no logic behind it at all. And then in Afrikaans, they were like, what if we added, like, we removed the bullshit rules, and we added some logic to it. So they made a genuinely good language.
Yeah. But now, if you think you know how to pronounce those two words, right, the two plurals, bombs and trees, then, well, try to, for example, I'll write down the sentence, and if you're like watching
Can you
this
do
at
the
home,
fish is biking? I think.
like cycling.
Yeah, cycling. I think because that's a funny one
This
too.
one,
Yeah, because that has a single fish that is riding a single bike. um, which what? How would you pronounce that? Like, because it does not make any sense if you don't speak Dutch. How this works? At least it doesn't make sense to me, and I speak Dutch, so I can imagine it wouldn't make sense to anyone else that doesn't. Because contrary to all logic,
Every logic, I guess.
Every single vowel has a long form, which is just two of the exact same vowel, except the letter I. The letter I likes to just have an E behind it.
Yeah.
And then that's a long form.
If you have two I's behind each other, it's kind of... you just pronounce it E or E or E, depending on exactly how it's in the word.
It depends on the word, but you would not pronounce it as
You would not pronounce it as E, which is the long form of it.
Yeah. Also, quite annoying in English, you know, E is this sound, the E.
Yeah.
But in Dutch, this is the E. In
the
Dutch
letter
also,
I is E.
This is the letter E is A, because you know, the letter A is A.
Yeah.
Because who cares about any logic compared to other languages?
In fact, I've already been confused at least once in trying to talk about all of this, because you said stuff in Dutch when I thought you were gonna explain it in English with the English letters. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Oh.
Honestly, the thing is, I have many times had people just ask me, like, hey, can you teach me some basic Dutch? Like, how do you pronounce all these letters? And, they're always, very confused when I start with just the basic alphabet, because we use the sound for certain letters that in the English alphabet are for different letters, which just makes it way too confusing. But anyway, so this completely is pronounced de vis fietst.
Yeah, funny.
So you have de vis, which has the I, and then fiets, which is, biking. I also messed up. There should be a T at the end of that. Currently, I just said the fish bike.
But then not as in the term the fish bike, because that would be one consolidated word.
True. It's not.
We love to consolidate our
the
words.
Fish bike, as
just
in
make it one word.
The object, a bike a bike for fish, or a bike made of fish. No. This is the fish bike.
It is not
They're
the
two
well-known
separate
concept
things.
of a bike made of fish, or a bike for fish, which definitely exists in
Do you
the
not
Netherlands.
have at least 7 of these in the home?
If you have a lot of water, and so a lot of fish, and a lot of drugs, it's only a matter of time before you come up with a fish bike.
You might have heard of the switch bike. Get ready for the fish bike.
Yeah. But what if you make a sentence like, let me just give me a second. What if you say right? The trees are standing next to the bombs. Firstly, you might notice, if you're very smart and very good at picking up on languages, or you just speak Dutch, that it's a different tense. In English is the only one that's quite that fond of, is standing,
are
standing,
is
that
standing.
tense.
Yeah.
The continuous, it's called. Dutch also has it. Most other languages don't have a similarly formed. In Dutch, it's exactly formed the same, but it's different still. It's different in usage.
Yeah. I mean, you can, in normal speech, you could say de bomen zijn aan het staan naast de bommen.
Yes, but
which would literally be they are standing.
yeah,
But that
there will be not a single person that will be
normal.
like, yes, you are very Dutch. That is.
They will just be like, you're not natively Dutch.
Come on, you're doing it. You're learning. Which is, I've actually, side note, I've heard from a person from Yemen who was trying to learn Dutch. That is, Dutch is a hard language to learn, right? It's one of the hardest languages to learn in the world, I believe, because of all sorts of weird things. But like, an extra reason that's not even taken into to speak. By the way.
So it's like if you compare it to writing, then of course you have all the you still have the Latin alphabet.
Yeah, it's
so it is
Latin
still
for a lot of people. It's still easy because it's
for that.
Latin alphabet, just like English, French, German, blah blah. But it's one of the hardest languages in the world apparently to speak. And on top of that comes the fact, more than 90% of the Netherlands speaks English, by which I mean
random
people
accents also.
With interesting accents. There's a lot of different Dutch accents. Technically, there's a unified one, but most people still have their accents when they speak that.
Yeah.
But a lot of Dutch people also instantly transition to English when they notice you're not natively Dutch. So you're kind of just there like, you're trying to speak Dutch and they hear any sort of thing. For example, if the isn't, as smooth or something, then they'll be like, they'll just switch over. Or if...
Like, almost automatically, not even always on purpose.
Yeah. They just, you hear it...
It's just like, they're just like, this person isn't very good at Dutch, let's be nice and, speak English, because they're probably better at that.
Yeah, so it's a hard language
in
to
a
learn
way
in
of
that respect.
Insulting.
No, absolutely not.
It's not in a way
meant to
that
be
we are,
insulting,
like,
definitely.
trying to insult the person by not, like, speaking Dutch to them, because... you just kind of assume that they don't know Dutch very well. They might be a tourist, so you're like, okay, we're gonna keep it easy for them.
Yeah, you're trying to help because you have certain facilities, and they, might not have quite the facilities at hand that you can provide them with, if that makes sense. But that means it's hard to learn because it's harder to speak it with Dutch people. And even if you know someone, you've known someone for a long time, there's still a good chance that, every time you speak with them, you're going to have to say, like, switch to Dutch, please, because they'll be speaking in English again. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, plus the fact that Dutch people, just in general, will speak a lot of English among each other. Also does not add to it.
And like, what about, the Dutch vocabulary already being a part English?
English, yeah.
It's not technically half English, by the way, for those watching it, but there's a chunk.
It's a large area,
especially with social media and stuff.
Especially just with technological advancements.
Yeah, there's like computer. We don't have our own word for that. CPU, GPU. We don't even have our abbreviations of what that would translate to in Dutch. You just say CPU, KPU. The other day.
Those are things that most languages don't have, though. Like, they just grab the standard English word and they just change the pronunciation.
Yeah.
But we do also genuinely just have words that do not have an actual Dutch word that are way older.
Last Tuesday, the bass player in a band I'm in said that he didn't want to whiff a certain solo, and as in he said, ik wil die solo niet whiffen. He liked that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's technically exactly, but he used the word whiff in Dutch.
Yeah.
You just do that.
Because,
and solos.
We don't have a real word for whiffing.
Yeah, we have
even
words
if we
that mean the same, but we don't like to use them because why? The English already have a word
even
for it.
If we would have those exact words, then
we wouldn't
just
use them.
grabbing a English word and changing the structure of it and the pronunciation to match
just
Dutch
conjugate
is
it in
usually
Dutch.
the best option.
Grammarize the Dutch-ish. That's just how you do it.
And like that means that it is very hard to learn for most people. Plus the fact that like, you know, I've had someone ask me like, okay, what's this word in Dutch? And I'm like, it's just the same as you said it.
Yep.
And that's just so weird to learn because you're thinking you're learning a new language and you are.
Yeah.
But it's just the same words again.
But you're also having to learn. You're having to learn the same words. You're having to learn which of the same words are the same words, and then you're having to learn how to conjugate those same words in a different way.
Yeah.
So yes,
because,
it's kind of the same language and also a different language.
Yeah, because, you know, for example, again, baby, the word "wa" or the letter "y" is almost never used in Dutch. First of all, it's a very uncommon word.
It used to be used for "I", so the sound.
It used to be used for the letter or the sound "I", which is now "ij" or "ei".
It also had a period where it was "e" and then "y", and after that, I believe "eij", and now sometimes it's "ei" and sometimes it's "ij". Confusing.
Yep. But either way, originally the "y" was just used for that. But then they were like, no, that's not cool. So they changed it to just be the letter J, kind of, in Dutch. But not like something like Japan, but like the Y sound.
Yeah, which already is the Y, which is the J in English.
Yeah, which is also one of the... that's just the J in the Y in English, God.
Japan in Dutch is written exactly the same, and it's pronounced Japan.
Yeah. But then they were like, but we already have the J for that. So they were like, okay, let's just still use the letter Y for the words that it's currently in, which were like, slowly they changed those too, but there's still a couple of words that use the letter Y as I and a couple that use it as yay. Which is adding to more confusion because why not? But that's like literally a handful. That's barely enough to even think of them as existing, or at least not enough to really focus on it. But every other word that has the letter Y is a loan word, and it will always just have the original pronunciation of it.
Yeah.
Which, of course, again, having so many loan words from so many different languages, just it becomes chaos.
Yeah.
At least if you're learning, like, we just have random German words and English words and French words. And
as I said, you have like you have the 4 different accents that you have in German. You have the different pronunciations of umlauts for different languages that we take stuff from, and then in general the words are just pronounced differently. You can make an enquête about an enquête.
Cannot die.
Yeah, it's being real mean. Maybe because we already did it and it just doesn't do the story thing again or something.
I don't know. We are able to kill every single other enemy, right? So why not this one specific car just respawning every single time you kill it?
Yeah, but back to the sentence, because there is a difference between how you should pronounce Dutch and how you do pronounce Dutch. As we said, there were a lot of there's dialects and there's accents, but in general, in Dutch, for example, ends at the ends of words, you don't really pronounce.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah.
You should say like.
Technically, you should. No one really does
you
it.
should say bomen and bomen.
De bomen staan naast de bommen. But you say
Yeah.
de bomen staan naast de bommen. And you also combine the, naast, de, you combine the T and the D. Naaste.
Yeah.
Which means the
and-
same as part of the family. Technically, but it's that's detail. Ignore.
But like the thing is, for certain dialects will fully change up how you pronounce the same word by making it all sound like the same. For example, one of my favorite interactions I've personally ever had was where I said, I want to go home. And in our dialect, it is not uncommon. It's also not super common, but it is generally accepted to say naar huis, aka to home, as nuis.
Nice. Ah.
Yeah. But
I don't know that one actually.
Yeah, you just say ik ga naar huis.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense.
It's just the thing is it makes enough sense to us by now that you don't actually think.
I don't know. I don't use that use because it's
It depends who I'm talking to. If someone has quite a thick accent, my accent will also get.
Yeah.
Thick accent. So I said it like nuis. Now the problem was, the Dutch word for nose is neus.
Ah.
I think you might hear the similarity between nose and neus.
No.
It just sounds like I shoved the letter A inside of the word nose. Do not shove the letter A inside your nose. It might get stuck there and you might need to get it surgically removed. It's not a good idea.
Surgically remove your nose. I did that once. Was a bad idea. Never doing it again. Never getting drunk. What?
Damn Voldemort backstory. But so basically they asked like, wait, what? You want nose? Which is
yeah.
It is honestly just the wonders of living literally very close to each other, like on the map, and having such different like pronunciations of certain words that you can confuse going home, which has a very distinct set of words, with the nose.
Yeah, but but those types of things, I don't usually have those types of things as much, because, well, technically, my dad grew up with not common Dutch, the technically official accent for Dutch, and dialect, but with the Limburgish dialect, specifically around a certain area, which I shall not disclose, because there's a lot of different ones, and if you're from the north or from the south, you're probably not going to be able to understand each other.
Probably going to know exactly where.
But it's like, they don't even have names. It's kind of just from that city or from that place.
Yeah.
But it's like, there's like often places from a few kilometers away you can't understand each other. It's half German, as I said. I believe your, in Dutch it's jou. No, in a lot of Limburgish dialects it's ugh or kind of like that kind of a vibe to it. Which is Oya is German. for the let me think. I think the plural version of your, because in English you don't actually have a difference between plural and singular. Which annoyingly,
Also,
there's...
interestingly enough, I do not know any Limburgers, which means this is all also a lesson.
This is also
to
a
me.
lesson for you. But there's like, it's, I have, you know, from when I was a child, whenever my dad was at home, you know, we visit the grandparents, we just hear him, his brother, and his parents talking like that. So me and my sister, we've always grown up hearing that accent. So I generally be able to recognize what someone is saying from the area. I can't speak it at all. I have to think about even simple words to give as examples, but you know, I can absolutely hear and understand it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, and it's I'd say it's much more distinct than generally if you're talking about Irish types of things, because those, you know, they weren't like super specific, like people that have the worst accents or anything, and they were not understandable at all for a regular Dutch speaker. But like if you, as you know, if we hear pretty bad English, like Irish or Scottish accents that are really confusing,
Thick.
you can still, you know, understand half of the words, kind of form general storyline. But that's absolutely not how it goes for Limburgish.
Though honestly,
dialects.
Limburgish is almost like its own language.
Yeah, it's almost its own language, but because it's not uniform enough, because it's like 50 different dialects.
Yeah.
Unlike Frisian, which is more unified,
which is its own language.
Not its own language. Yeah, Frisian is its own language, but Limburgish is not. But Limburgish is absolutely not easily understandable for the average Dutch person. There are probably three languages that are closer to Dutch than. You could probably not understand it as well as like several other languages. Afrikaans is definitely more understandable for a Dutch person.
Yeah. German even.
German, maybe. Honestly, I wonder.
Honestly, as someone who does not speak German, German is easier for me to understand than most like Dutch or than Limburg or Frisian.
Yeah, I get that because it's. Yeah, I don't know why.
And my uncle is Frisian, by the way. So
you don't have you maybe he just says I am a banana. You're like, oh, that must mean uncle. I think that's how.
I am a homeless man under the bridge. Get away from me, uncle.
Uncle homeless man.
No, that just means uncle. Trust me.
Yeah.
He's my uncle. I understand him every word.
But yeah, there's so many interesting things about language like that.
Yeah.
And like about Dutch culture as well, there's a lot to be said about Dutch culture. Anyway, we've been streaming for almost 4 hours. Let's go on to more languages.
Let's move on to specifically Frisian.
Let's move on. We can say some stuff about like how different nationalities and like mainly like areas of Europe, for example, speak English. Because we've said about something about Dunglish, which is I can do an accent for you. It's kind of like this. There is no th.
And depending.
There is
depending on how good you are.
Yes, depending on how good you are at
English, you have like. It's a
throw
full
in,
spectrum of going between this and going to actual English.
Yeah,
and the more you get into the English area, usually it becomes more understandable.
Yeah.
But and then eventually you meet someone again, and they say like weird stuff, and you're like, I am switching through every accent. Holy shit!
But there's
My brain just
I've also
fully erupted in flames while I tried to do that. It went from Dunglish to English, trying to do British, but it went back to Dunglish. I think there was some Irish in there, definitely some Scottish.
But like, I've heard as well that there are people for who hearing Dunglish is much clearer than hearing English, like American English or British English.
True.
Because
because it has more clear pronunciations of a lot of the letters.
Yeah. I personally really love Irish accents because they often have like a harder t, which you can hear the T. And often they have the thing where if you pronounce the word whale, you don't say whale, you say whale.
Certain vowels sound slightly different in Irish.
They sound different. There's some that are conflicting, but a lot of them are much more clear. I
personally absolutely love Scottish.
Yeah, Scottish is absolutely great, man. It's
you just pronounce all the letters.
You pronounce a lot of letters in a cool way. There's 500 different ways of pronouncing an R in Scottish. You can say like an R, or you can say like an A, or you can say like an R, or you can say like an R. There's so much different that you can do with Scottish. There's so many different things.
But you just get to pronounce every letter.
Yeah, you get to pronounce every letter, except for half the T's.
In British, you don't pronounce any letters.
In British English, you generally...
bottle of water. You just remove
it depends on
50% of a word, and it still makes sense.
It absolutely depends on what type of English you're speaking, because
you just get to make every single letter. You get to make it just sound like fucking what, mate.
Yeah, you have a lot of little stops in Scottish, but for example, if you're speaking a very...
you get to make every letter hard.
If you're speaking a very classical RP type of British English, you're generally pronouncing most of your letters much more clearly than in Scottish, because there are so many dropouts when you're pronouncing glottal stops. But for example, if you get a little bit more modern with the RP, then you're generally going to have a lot of places where you do still drop out the T's, sometimes a few more letters as well. You don't even always clearly replace it with glottal stop. It's just you don't pronounce the T. And then there's the
also really quick,
new...
Anti-Alex, are there any rules to the server?
I guess...
I don't think there are.
Don't murder relentlessly.
True, don't go like spawn killing us, and the rest is fine. That would be mean.
Yeah.
Also, I was just gonna say, shall we turn off our team so we can shoot each other?
Ooh. Are you challenging me?
Maybe.
Okay, I'm gonna do that. Right?
Then
no.
And then if you go into like, I don't know what it's actually called, but my brain just always calls it wanker.
Wanker.
Wanker English.
Yeah, it's more of a. It's also a different type of British.
Yeah.
But it's very close to Australians, where there's just mainly the consonants that's different, and then of course this is more in New Zealand. It's the difference in New Zealand and Australia tends to be what I find more in the air. And then if you're more Australian, you generally have a similar thing to the wanker accent, you might say, but there's a difference in the consonants. You have a consonant.
And then you, of course, also just have the bottle of water British.
Yeah, that's bottle of water British. But that is more of a welcome
no
to
letters,
Bottom
just vowels,
No letters, just vowels.
Bottle of water. Honestly, you can even remove the B from the bottle of water, and it still makes sense. Just bottle of water.
This is a difficult type of thing to
you
speak
can just
exactly correctly, but it's if you do,
you can just remove anything.
Really quickly speak.
Really accept the vowels, and it'll still sound good. Just
you can remove most of it,
and everyone will just still be as confused as they were before. Oh god, that was a good explosion.
But for example, there's also a lot of, there's a lot of American accents, and there's a lot of people there kind of just, there's Scotland, there's Ireland, and those are all different places, so those all have their different accents. But there's also a lot of different American accents.
True.
Like for example, if you've got a more Boston accent, then you also have some things that are kind of similar to British. You don't say, you don't say I'm standing here. You say I'm standing here. And then of course you've also got like the Italian. New York.
Yeah, the New York.
New York. That's the kind of thing that you gotta do to get into the New York kind of vibe. Is just say New York. Yeah. And they don't even have a yeah. They say yeah instead of yeah. I'm walking it.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's perfect for, for furries. You don't say furry. You say furry. Hey look, it's a furry. Which is already what furries do. So it's kind of ideal, really.
And then you of course have your yeehaw. Yeah. Your southern Texas little.
Yeah, there's a lot of southern Texas, and you're like, ow, yeah. You're like, I don't even know what I say myself, and you're like, oh, I know what you're saying yourself, buddy. I turned into more of a different type of thing. I'll take it. It's a different accent again, so more educational value, eh? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it's also very interesting how you can instantly tell when I'm doing a German accent. It's very much a German accent.
But when I'm doing a German accent, it quite easily sounds like a French English accent.
Yes, there is also a French accent. There is a lot of difference in the r. Oui.
Yeah, and for me, I always mix them up because they both use the z.
Yes, there is interestingly there is a difference between the German and the French accents that are very commonly used in English, and the Dutch, where you use de, te, instead of the. Using space for flight propulsion, yes.
Yeah, me too. That's just how my brain is wired.
Officer. Oh,
I mean, you use weird keybinds for everything.
Yeah, I use the most unorthodox. Shift is for driving forward. Control is for driving and flying backward. Q is not really in use. It's an interesting type of thing. Oh yeah, and of course, one of my favorite English accents, because it's kind of funny. It's an American accent technically, but most people wouldn't consider it an American accent because they don't get how, America works, because America is the geological continent, which includes North and South America. And there is also the country in there that's called the U.S. that a lot of people like to call America. Because, yeah.
Confusion.
But a Canadian accent is very similar to an American accent, and I cannot generally differ between the two very well until someone says the word egg.
True.
Egg. The thing.
Or when they
it's a different type of shape. It's not a circle. It's not an orb. It's an egg.
For me, it's also when they say words that end on ud, like would, should, because you have would and should. They add an extra W right before the D.
Yeah, it's
saying would.
There's some
it's
sneaky
really
little differences. Fun. There's certain moments that you're suddenly like, oh, that's different. And that's. I realized the egg thing with Astral Spiff. He was because in Choo Choo Charles, I'm not going to reveal too much, but at a certain point, there is a certain person who says the word egg. And I just remember that person saying the word egg, because they said egg and not egg. I was like, egg! Yeah. And Astral Spiff was playing it, and he also said the word egg. And I was like, what? They're egging? And everyone in chat
into thinking that's the actual... Have I, my entire life, been pronouncing it wrong?
Yeah, apparently. But, like, the entire chat went wild. It's like, it's egg. Why are you saying egg? I was like, okay, I'm not stupid.
I remember that. Yeah, actually, now that you... Yeah, I remember now.
But, yeah. Egg is really a word that I remember because of that. It's different in Canadian.
For me, it's wood.
Yeah, and Canadians are well known for aboot. Instead of saying about, they say aboot. At least some people. I don't even think it's everyone necessarily. There's blends and stuff like. Oh,
my
it's
aunt
close.
is from lives at least in Canada.
Canada.
And
oh God!
Is it crashing? I felt that.
I'm sorry, I crashed.
I'm just mid-air, bullets spraying everywhere, just standing still like, what?
Ooh, favorite word. That's an interesting
favorite word.
Does it have to be English, or maybe like, does it have to be done, or maybe one for each language? Oh, we'll be here
that
for
we
a while.
Speak?
Yeah. Something like that. I'll think about it for a bit.
I also need to think of it for a bit. For English, it's...
I know one.
That's a really interesting.
I might know what for Finnish. Because there's the... both question and answer are funny words in Finnish. They are...
authentic is a good word.
Authentic is a pretty good word. The Finnish words for answer and question respectively are vastaus and kysymys. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but that's just funny.
For me, I also know in
you can see the
Czech,
in
Czech. That's in
English
it's just Czech, right?
Yeah,
the language. Okay.
You could say the Czech language, I guess. But
yeah, in the Czech language, it definitely is thank you and you're welcome, which are prosím and děkuji, because they're so fun to say, and you get to say them so often, and I love that.
I actually just realized as well, because those are funny words. In Finnish, both hello and welcome are very fun, because they're respectively terve and tervetuloa. And tervetuloa is just, it's so good. It rolls off the tongue perfectly. And if you have like the r, is awesome. Swedish word for... It's written with the, I guess, kind of like the Slavic area type of u, which, well, it differs per language. In French you have, for German you have the word typ, which is written with a typ, with a Y. In Finnish, kysymys, that's how you write it, that's the Y. And in Russian, it's U. Like, I don't have any examples. I don't speak enough Russian to give you any examples, but there it's a U. So it's, the Y is just in French, Dutch, English. It's kind of the same thing. It's somewhere around I and Y. But in like different, like in Germany and from there on, it seems like the U, like, or the Y is just different things all of a sudden.
Yeah. Also, for Swahili, I'm thinking like my Swahili skills don't go far enough to know any specific word I really love, but just in general, any Swahili pronunciations are really fun to do. They just roll off the tongue really nicely, and they always feel natural, even though certain like ways of like saying part of a word isn't very natural to the languages I know, but they just, the way you pronounce them, they just feel natural, and I love that.
Yeah, those are good words.
Because, like
good stuff.
I love you in Swahili. No idea, to be honest. I have not looked that up.
Do you want to know what it is in Finnish?
Sure.
I actually know this one. There's not too many sentences that I can translate. But it's rakastan sinua. Because I love you in Finnish. It's not very often that I actually get to translate things because I don't always know them well enough. But for once.
Okay. I love you in Swedish.
Yeah, you can start with Mina. It's like Spanish.
Is a single word. A lot of things in Swahili become a single word that use a lot of different parts that mean things. And it is nakupenda.
Nakupenda.
Where the word love is upendo. And then, you know, the rest of it just means I and you. So you just kind of construct, if you know the base word, you can usually make simple sentences just with that, because it's most like, you know, small groups of words are a single word that just make a lot of sense because they just glue certain parts together.
Yeah, it's
which is really fun.
Yeah, because like for example in Finnish, you often use the form of the word as well to, you know, to leave out the pronoun, that kind of a thing, right? So you just kind of put them in one thing. And I know Finnish has that, Spanish has it, Latin has it, where, you know, rakastan means I love, but mina rakastan means I love as well. But then it's more specifically like I love, you know, for example, sina rakastat means you love, but I love someone else, you know, that kind of a thing. But yeah, the combining things, and it makes sense.
And especially Swahili does it a lot for things that are said a lot or that are very important. So, for example, saying things like "I love that," that won't get like derived into one word. That will just be the word for "I love" and the word for that. Because in Swahili culture, at least historically, you would not profess your love towards a object, and thus they never really made a full word for that entire concept.
It's interesting.
But for example, "I love me" does have a singular word, which also to the light particle, Nina usually when it is added at the start of a word means myself or towards myself. So "I love me" would be Nina Jipenda, as in one word, Nina Jipenda, which you know. So I think the version you have is "You love me." I'm pretty sure if I I'm gonna look up just in case. No, I have no idea what exact version you have as
maybe it's
Nina Kupenda, but it probably is some form of... it is also a form of I love you, huh? Though, see, the thing is, if it isn't a full word, like you put it there, where it is Nina Kupenda, then it just means I have love, which, you know, very different meaning, which is interesting.
That's interesting. Just like...
But I personally absolutely love it when words just, because they always end on a vowel for every syllable, it means you very clearly know how to pronounce literally any word when you look at it, because you just look at it and you see you can just divide it into a bunch of clear sections, where in Dutch, you know, you don't always know if a syllable will end on a vowel or on a consonant. You just don't know. While in Swahili, it is impossible, except for loan words, to end in anything other than a vowel. Leading to, at least for me, incredibly easy reading and then pronouncing those words, even if I don't know what they mean. What are you? What have you become? I just see a tiny little propeller speeding across. But yeah, in Swahili, you do have a lot of combined words.
Yeah.
And they basically always also make a lot of sense, both culturally and grammatically.
It's interesting how that's kind of the opposite of Dutch, where, like, you know, you have most words have their own specific part of a meaning, if you will. So there, you know, you have a whole sentence to say a thing that you might be able to say in one word in Swahili. But in Dutch, you remove half the letters and half the words because you don't find them important enough to pronounce. Like, you know, in Dutch, I love you is ik hou van jou. But you could just say, ik hou van jou.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh yeah.
Which sounds like guinea pig, caviar.
Caviar. That's just, this.
It is really interesting, yeah, how different cultures go around using their language.
Yeah.
But if I one day actually, or when I one day actually go to a country where they speak Swahili, I honestly will have so much fun just talking to people. Even if I don't always understand what they're gonna say, because I probably won't know every single word.
Yeah.
It will still just... it'll be a lot of fun for me, because it's cool.
Yeah, I guess.
Especially because, you know, some of the simple greetings are just the most fun things to say. Also having really interesting meanings. Like, instead of asking, like, how are you, you ask, usually you would ask, habari, and then followed by some specific or more specific question, usually asking, how is the news? Which just kind of means, have you done anything cool recently? What is up? And compared to, like, English, where you have very clear, like, or not super clear, like, when something is very positive, when it's very negative, etc. Like, if someone says, how are you? And you say, I'm fine, then that can mean they're actually doing terrible. It can mean they're actually doing fine. It can mean many things. In
It could
Swahili,
mean they
you
won
just
the lottery
say,
and they just don't want you to steal their money.
yeah. In Swahili, you just have 3 words you can kind of reply with in combination with others, of course. So you can ask, like, I'm okay, how about you? But there's 3 main ones, of which one is good, which means everything is just good. There's one where everything is not so good, which in English would sound very problematic, like that.
Yeah.
Everything's not so good. That sounds terrible, but that
sounds
usually
like you're
means
about to crash in a banana plane. I know where the banana
in
came from.
Swahili, that would mean, well, something isn't great, but it could be a lot worse. And just saying it's not very great already does not happen very often. In Swahili, at least culture, people try not to focus as much on the negatives, and only, at least not in normal talk, in like familial talk and with friends and stuff you do. But if you were to go up to a random stranger, ask them, how are you? And they just say, not very good, then there is just something that they definitely need help with, and your best option is probably to help them.
So it's probably
because they
like...
are fairly desperate in need.
Yeah, there's
But
like
then there's
something where
one-
usually you'd ask like your friends, like you can help me, but like someone you just meet on the street is like, oh, it's
Yeah.
fine, because there's no, you know, it's almost because there's no practical use to saying that it's not fine because they can't do anything for you. But at that point, it's
Exactly.
like, I need help.
Yeah. And then there is one, and that is the absolute worst, and that is just I'm doing bad. And to us, just saying I'm doing bad is already bad, but to them, saying I am doing bad basically means, hey, you know, my house just burned down, my wife is dead, all of my children are gone. That sounds like a slight exaggeration, which it slightly is, but that is usually
But like
the
slight,
level
not
at
like...
which it's
It's not like
a
kingdom
giant
over.
overstatement.
It's...
No.
It
It's
is
like
a slight
if
exaggeration.
someone says
not much.
they are actually doing bad, then they will need immediate, like, they are very, very, very much not doing well. Usually some kind of tragedy then just occurred. Which, like, compared to English, that is very weird kind of to realize that just someone saying, like, yeah, I'm doing good, means they're doing good.
Probably.
Someone saying, I'm not doing great, means, oh, there's something seriously wrong. And someone saying, I'm doing bad, means that they might need a hospital.
Yeah. Oh wait, we've not been looking
really
at chat
interesting.
for a while.
Oh shoot, yeah, chat.
Sorry. We try to be good humans.
Oh yeah, in Swedish you have like a sickness nurse.
Yeah,
And if you
ziekenverpleger.
would separate them, then you have
Ziekenverpleger. That works in Dutch as well, but then
that
because
works in Dutch too.
But then because you pronounce it a bit sloppily, technically it's ziekenverpleger, in which case,
True.
if you separate them, it just doesn't mean anything. But people will just gonna be, oh, you don't know how to connect words. So it's technically ziekenverpleger versus ziekenverpleger, but you know, it still works. So that it's, I mean, there's a difference, like there's a while between Swedish and Dutch, that definitely.
Yeah.
But, you know, I guess certain things just make sense.
Yeah, and in Swahili too, you can combine the same word with itself. For example, one of my favorites is the word moto. Moto means fire. But if you just combine it with itself, so you get moto moto, which you might recognize from the movie, what's it again? Madagascar 2. You know, Moto Moto likes you. So, moto means fire. Moto Moto means hot, hot. So Moto is literally called hot, hot. He is very hot.
He is incredibly hot. You drop him like it's hot.
Honestly, when I was like learning about the simple words and stuff, and I got to fire, I was like, I want to know what. Like I was like, oh, that's moto. So what's moto? Does that have an actual meaning? And it's just hot, or hot fire, or fire. It just means just even more fire than just fire. Or even more hot than just hot.
It's like scalding.
Though it can also just mean hot, depending on the context, of course.
Yeah.
You know, just like the word hot in English can mean different things
depending on how many times you say it.
Where it does not mean hot as in attractive, though. That is a very different word. Though, I'm pretty sure the writers of Madagascar were implying that it would. Which honestly is just... The fact that they named a character just Hot is absolute comedic genius. And I really, really love the idea of just some kids in Kenya huddling around a movie or around a TV, going to watch a movie in Africa or set in Africa, and just hearing the name Hot
Love it.
It's just a great idea. That's lovely. I would love to just watch a movie set in the Netherlands and they just have a character called Hate.
Wait. Because... Anyway, back to chat. Because Life Mother... In the Netherlands, it's slightly less close, but it's... Birth Mother. Baarmoeder.
Yeah.
Is womb. So it means, you know... I guess the mother that is involved in birthing, even though the mother herself will already be involved in birthing, but you know.
I'm gonna see, because womb in Swahili is multiple words, so it could very well be, that's the word for stomach, I recognize that. Oh, it's that's quite an interesting one. Womb is just stomach reproduction, kind of. Literally translated, it is stomach for reproduction, which I guess it is semi-similar, especially since, you know, these are words that have existed for thousands of years. And have slightly evolved, but not as much as things like English. Meaning that from like a very old cultural standpoint, it makes a lot of sense that they're like, oh, the belly get big, so that's the same thing as getting big from eating, but it's for reproduction instead of eating.
I'm not fat, I'm just pregnant.
Yeah, they just name it like stomach for reproduction.
But I hate children.
It very well could also be like belly for reproduction, etc. Swahili has a lot of words that basically all mean like different meanings because they do not see much of a difference in them. Where, you know, the stomach and the belly are, to us at least from an anatomy standpoint, they're very different.
Yeah, we learned in science class that they're different things.
Yeah. But if you were just to ask someone that hasn't been studying anatomy for their life, then they would very likely say, no, that's just the same thing. If you eat, your belly get big, so food go directly into belly. If you get baby, belly also gets big. That's very likely the same thing.
Yeah.
Which is, very interesting to see how that develops a language. Because that's a really interesting thing I learned recently. A lot of languages actually don't have different words for different things because they don't need them.
Yeah, they don't care about
For example, I recently learned that I don't remember which language, but there's certain languages where all animals have the exact same word for it. And that's because, from their culture, it's all a creature.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you give them all different names? Like, you can give them a couple of special.
Belly sack. Yeah, what would you give them
Yeah.
different words for them?
Yeah, you could give them like slightly different things to describe them. Like you have a winged animal, you might have
like
a horned animal,
bird thing.
you might have, yeah. But,
Yeah, but
if you don't, at least
you don't
usually in a language, you don't actually need a name for everything.
Yeah.
Like, and depending on the culture, certain words might be more or less important to have, and thus they might, get a word that a different language doesn't have.
This is, for example, why both Dutch and English have probably more than 100 words each for penis.
True. But, for example, things, especially things that you don't really see, in a lot of languages don't...
Out of sight, out of mind.
Like, they don't need different names. Because unless you're gonna be doing operations, there's absolutely no need to differentiate between the intestines, the stomach, the belly, that whole area, the bladder. It all are different things, but there's no need to call them differently because, well, they're all the same area. They all serve a similar purpose of getting food through the body and keeping you healthy by absorbing nutrients. So why give them a different name if they all act very similarly? And I love the fact that that's how a lot of languages just... English just... Because it's such a big language, it has a lot of words that are kind of unnecessary unless you're a professional in a field.
That's why English might be could be a scientific language, but something like Swahili is a language for humans to speak.
Yeah. Swahili is much more of a cultural and a personal language, I feel. Because you don't have all the scientific terms, all the fancy, all the fancy extra stuff. You just have the things you need, and the things that are important. Meaning certain things that are more important will get a ton more words.
Like peanuts,
and a ton of words that are like connected to it. Like things relating to love and family and things that are used a lot, like welcoming someone. The basic conversation things have a lot more words than, for example, very specific foods, etc.
Yeah.
Where even a lot of foods don't have a word for multiple of itself because they are more rare fruits, so they very rarely were found having multiple. So things like a pineapple, I think, has a word for multiple pineapples, while other fruits that are more grow on their own or are less common will just have one word for both singular and multiple, because the multiples are so rare that there's no reason to.
Yeah, else you'll just say two of them. Two of very...
For example, actually, apple is one of those. In Africa, apples don't really natively grow a lot. I'm pretty sure not at all, even. So when, people came trading and they had apples, the people were like, hey, this is a rare fruit. We're probably not going to be able to buy a lot of them, so there's no need to give them a name for multiple. So it's just a tufaha. And if you were to have multiple, it's still a tufaha. Because there's no real need to say you have a lot of them, because that happens so rarely.
Yeah, you just say, I have 5 tufaha.
Yeah. While I think pineapple is one. Yeah, you have nanasi.
Yet another one that makes English look
multiple,
stupid.
Yeah, it does. And pineapples grow all over the place there. So if you were to have a larger quantity of them, you would say mananasi, which to my brain very quickly just sounded, ma, which is usually for food items multiple. You just put ma as the first syllable. To me, that was like, my brain instantly linked it to the word many in English. So you have many nanasi. So mananasi. And also that just sounds like ananas with an M at the front and an I at the end.
Because for those who
don't know... Which does indicate how stupid English is with that word.
For those who don't know, every other language that I know, any other language than English has something that sounds like ananas. Dutch has ananas.
Yeah.
German, I believe, has ananas. But I'm not sure. French has probably ananas. It's just pronounced differently. And Spanish probably ananas. Esperanto has ananaso. I'm not sure about Finnish. I believe it's also like ananasi, something like that. Something that you'd expect to be in Finnish, and that sounds like ananas. And then that's a joke my dad always said. As in said, whatever. He is, so is it an ananas or an ananas? And some people are like, good question. And some people are like, what? And some people are like, I've heard that joke 503 billion trillion quadrillion times before. It's a 9-papple. And you're like,
So, the thing is, things that are not countable don't really exist, because you can always just add a word
to make it countable. Yeah.
Indicate
glass
if it's
of
countable.
water.
No, just saying like to water, which would indicate you have 2 objects that are filled with water. You have 2 water. You have water in 2 parts, which
2 pieces of water. I guess it makes
kind of
sense.
2 pieces of water.
Yeah.
Where, just like you have 1 apple, but if you slice it up, you have 7 pieces of apple.
That's an interesting
if you have
number.
one bottle of I can
is
do
the
cool
most
slicing.
normal. 4, 6, 8, all acceptable.
No,
but 7 is just what? 7. I'd even accept 12. But 7 is just...
I'm not even sure how I've got an apple at 7. But you have 7 slices of apple because you ate one already, you fat bastard. No.
1 slice of water.
But if you were to put water in like 6 glasses, you would have multiple parts
you would
of
have
water.
6 parts of water and maybe like a retain, another bit where...
Yeah. And in English you'd say, of course, 6 glasses of water. And in Swahili you also would. But, you could technically also just say 6 waters or 6 water. which would be Maji Sita. Maji being water and Sita being 6 in this case, because it is over an object.
That's interesting. In Finnish, you actually say something that more resembles 6 of some glass of some glass, or 6 of some glass of some water. Because you have it's very confusing. Finnish has like 17 cases or something. One of them is the partitive, and I still don't understand all of the use cases perfectly, but you know, if you say a glass of water, you don't say a glass of water. Firstly, you would say glass of water, because in Finnish they don't have articles, and all cases are conjugations. In English, I have no conjugations unless you're talking about pronouns when it comes to cases, like, you know, he, him, but you don't say apple, apple him.
True.
In Finnish, you don't have a word for example, a glass of water. You just say glass water, but then you conjugate it correctly. So glass water ream, or if you take the Finnish conjugations, glass water. So vesi is water, lasi is a glass, so lasi vesia. A glass with some, or a glass, some water. Technically, kind of.
The same goes for Swahili, where you just have for a bowl of water, because it's more traditional to drink out of a bowl there, because glass wasn't really a thing they very often made, because, you know, sand and melting it into clear stuff.
It's a very easy type of thing if you're talking about industrialization. You can make
but not all cultures realize that that's a good way of doing it, so they just had like, okay, or
and they
a way
really
of doing it. So they have bowls, and a bowl in this case can just have the same shape of a glass, but it was always called a bowl. So you'd have a bakuli la maji, which just means bowl of water. Or usually you could even say bowls of water would also be bakuli la maji, because it doesn't matter how many bowl of water you have, you're just indicating that you have at least bowl of water. And since you're just saying you have water, you don't need to specify how many, and thus you don't. Only if you were to say, okay, I have a specific number, they'd be like, oh yeah, that's then it is important to specify how many. But just saying I have water, you're not going to say I have 6 glasses of water. You're just going to say I have water. So they were just, and then you could have 1 glass of water or 7. I don't know why I keep coming back to the number 7 with that.
Maybe you are just a maniac.
Maybe.
It is funny to like just look at, because, you know, English is a, you know, language that most people know. And there's languages like Finnish. Finnish is kind of close to European languages, but also very much not. And Swahili seems like it, I don't know, it seems like it might have some ties in certain ways. But, you know, it's fundamentally very different in a lot of things. So it's interesting to enjoy or change the 3 things around a bit, like just talk about them in relation to each other.
Yeah, also because the thing is, Swahili does also have a lot of loan words, because for certain specific things where there weren't words for yet, and then, you know, people coming in with
if someone comes in
the
with
British
a glass.
came in with their fried potatoes. They called them chips.
Chips, mate.
And the people in Swahili in Kenya and stuff, they were just like, well, we don't have a word for this, so let's just use that word. So they just say chips mayai, which is chips with or fries with egg, because egg they already had, so they could use a word for that. So they just, or specifically that's a type of omelette, because, well, specifying between certain foods can be very useful.
Yeah. Like if
But
it's foods
that means that there's just an English word in the middle of a Swahili term. Also, if the thing that people usually say you should always get when you go to Swahili is chips mayai, because it is supposedly the best dish they can make. As in, I don't mean like as an insult, but it is like their specialty to make this incredibly delicious omelette with fried potatoes in it, etc.
It already sounds better than whatever we have to offer in the Netherlands.
True. Where like the thing is, it looks really cursed, because it's literally like, imagine a pancake, but it's fully made of egg and other stuff, and there's just potato inside of it, like just potato fries, and it looks very cursed because you just see potato fries inside of an omelette. But it supposedly is really, really good.
Ooh, short words for long things.
Short words for long.
Those are
yeah,
fun.
That's a thing that Swahili does, and also the opposite, which I also love. Like, you can just have a short word that's lengthened to 7 syllables, and then you can have a really complex question or something that's shortened to a couple of syllables. Just
Yeah, like it's like someone once said, like, elephants have a specific noise for, like, what is it? I believe it was like, go away, there are bees here. Why don't we humans have a specific noise that means go away, there are bees here? And someone else says, we do, we have go away, there are bees here. It's a different length, yeah, it's not a dedicated noise. It's formed grammatically, but it's, you know, they both get there, but with different efficiencies. And that's so interesting, because humans, we also don't like bees when they are about to murder us, necessarily. But, you know, a lot of humans are inside of a house a lot of the time, while elephants supposedly have more trouble with bees then. I mean, would make sense. I boomed. But it's also funny, because in Finnish you can often make like whole sentences. I've found some sentences that are 1/3 as long as the English sentence. For example, well, I can't give any that are like that are quite that short, but like, I am hiding, or I am in hiding, I'm hiding in a tree, blah 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 blah. I'm hiding in a tree. Then you can say, olen piilossa puussa. Means, olen means I am. Piilossa means hiding or in hiding. And puussa means in a tree. If you say iso means big, isossa puussa means in a big tree. And then if you say mariassa, which means, you know, maria means berry, then you're saying picking berries, because for some reason they're like, he can't be in a berry. It's kind of, you know, it's more of a figurative way of speech, you know, like, he's in the books again, that kind of thing. You're reading books, he's in the books again, but with, you know, he's in the berries, he's collecting berries again. That makes sense.
but a word that is very, I think, fairly short for what it means is habari, which just means how is the, which habari is never really used on its own, but you can ask like, for example, habari yako, aka how is the news today, which is two very short words that come together in a pretty long greeting. Or if you want to have like a specific time of day, habari yako za leo. How is the news tonight? Wait, no. Leo is the middle of the day, sorry. So you can vary with like just adding very short parts to existing words make way more complex things.
Yeah. That's interesting. Because that's like with two more syllables, they're very short, you can still add a lot of meaning to it.
Yeah. While it can also do the opposite when you grab a base word. Because, well, if the full word can be really short, you do grab parts from, like, or, yeah, a full sentence can be short. You have to grab certain parts from all the things, and they have to make sense, depending on the context. So a single word will often have parts in it that can apply to any context, meaning it'll become way more complex. Where, let me real quick.
Those are some moves I'm experimenting with. Ooh.
Especially when you're talking about like more complicated things that aren't very commonly, used.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of one.
In the meantime, about the consonants in Finnish sound very hard or harsh to Swedes. Do I hear that as well? I do notice, because there's not many languages like that specifically use the H much. I'm pretty sure Russians have trouble pronouncing it. French people do as well, because, either it's at the start of a word and they just ignore it, or it's anywhere else in the word and you kind of don't hear it literally at all. And in, Dutch, English, if it's not at the start of a word or combines with another letter to make a specific sound, you don't know it's there, really. But in Finnish, you do. It's, for example, you have haluan, I want, or I want. And you have, for example, words like pihvi. And you hear the H, and that's not like that in many other languages. So that's definitely a thing where you hear it being more pronounced. And I don't know, like for example in terve, it's kind of a bit harsher maybe. It's never something that I notice, but if you say it, I get it. Maybe that's also
a word that is very long in Swahili but really short in English is cow. In English it has a single
consonant, 3 letters, or a single syllable, 3 letters.
Single syllable. Word. In Swahili it has only 2, but it does have 7 letters. Being Ngoombe.
Ngoombe.
Yeah. Which has a fun little throat flicking like sound in it.
I suppose.
Which is from the ng, and then which is and then you have a I always forget what it's called, but that thing, the little.
Oh, you mean the glottal stop? Or
Yeah. The thing that you also use in don't, for example.
don't? Like, oh, the apostrophe as in the
yeah.
character.
Apostrophe, that's it. And in Swahili, that very often will be pronounced with a. You will not pronounce it out loud, but to the letters before or right after will be a specific throat sound. But yeah, it becomes a fairly complex word for just cow. Because, you know, that's just cow. That's also a really actually fun one for if you start learning Swahili, the way they use certain letters, like a vowel will very often start with an N or an M followed by a consonant that you're not used to seeing right after that. Like mbaje, for example, is it's not a sound that is often used at the start of a word, which makes it feel a little strange at first trying to pronounce it. But it becomes really fun to do when you, yeah. And I don't think that there's a lot of Swahili words that do have very specific meanings, but I don't know them. But I'm sure there is a lot of words that do have a incredibly interesting translation, but I'm not good enough for that.
Well, I'm back to the hard finish. Rakastan. It is an interesting. Rakastan definitely is an interesting type of word for love. It's in general. It's so funny to me how Finnish is right. You know, Finland is right next to Sweden, right next to Russia, and it sounds somewhat similar to like there's a certain tread in the pronunciation, like the sentences, that I feel sounds a bit like Scandinavian languages, because Finnish isn't technically Scandinavian. It has a lot of very different words. You can't understand it if you're, you know, for example, Dutch person listening to Swedish stuff. You'll still hear like regularly. You'll hear words that you do understand because they're this similar or the same in Dutch. Almost phonetic, you know, phonetic translations, just phonetic translate. But in Finnish, you don't really have that with many things, which is already funny. And the Rakastan is, I mean, you can. It is definitely a different thing, different type of vibe than love. But I mean, it's more of a rock type of Rakastan Sinua. It's like, bam! I love you. I don't just like you. I love you. Maybe it's, but it is interesting. I do get it. Yeah. But
yeah,
San actually, friend remarked that Finnish sounds kind of magical. I don't think he even heard it being spoken, but you know, pure metal love. Yeah, you gotta love metal or you don't love. But they said like, you know, Finnish sounds kind of magical, and he never heard it being spoken. But I thought about it, and yeah, like Rakastan, it just has something magical to it. Rakastan Sinua. It's like if you say like Ik hou van jou, it doesn't sound magical. Or I love you. It's demystified because you know what it means, but still, I love you. It doesn't have the same vibe. If you say in Finnish, something like, I want. Oh god, now I have to think of something that I can say. I want a berry. No, Haluan Maria. I want a berry, or Haluan Maria. It just works much better for magic. And English works better for epic type of things, but less magical. You know how French works as a romantic language. So there are differences in general in how languages sound, and Dutch is kind of just also there.
I found a very interesting word that Swahili has that I don't think any other language has. True, that is how Spanish sounds. Yeah,
it's
Italian
very
too.
aggressive sound.
Italian too.
With the hand motions.
Yeah, my cousin's boyfriend is Italian, and it's very interesting. But Swahili has one word for being as strong as a boulder, which is jabali.
Well, I mean, it's similar to
It's
aesthetic. Strong as iron.
Yeah, but it's like a really short word to specifically say as strong as a boulder, which I think is a really interesting
They're
one.
both 3 syllables long. Isostet.
True.
Jabali. And you could
Though
say
in general,
stay static, I guess. But,
Swahili has some really interesting sayings, just in general, which to us sound very, very weird sometimes, but
yeah. It's also...
for example, someone, one of their sayings, let me translate it to English, because I know what it means, but I don't know how to translate it. It means, he who listens to an elder's advice does not come to grief. Or he who listens, literally, he who listens to an old man doesn't get sad. But that's, literal translations aren't always the greatest.
Yeah.
And my brain does do literal translations quite often still. So it's like, what does that exactly, how do I translate it good? But basically it just means, listen to your elders because they do know very well. They have your best intentions and they will help you. So if you listen to them, then you're way less likely to, fuck up majorly.
Aww. It's so fun though.
Which is true.
Sometimes.
But they have like a whole, or they also have a specific saying for when 2 elephants fight, the grass is ruined, which is just,
That's
funny. Out of context. That's just like, yeah, that makes sense, but it's like,
yeah, but like
2 strong people shouldn't fight against each other because they'll ruin it for everyone.
Yeah, pretty
Instead,
much
they
world
should work
wars.
together.
If they would have just listened to Swahili speakers, to the Swahili language, then they would have known not to start a world war twice.
Yeah, they wouldn't have trampled all the grass.
Yeah.
Though it is now the time that I should,
I want to say one more thing.
Stream.
It's a funny joke about Dutch, right? Because like similar to the Spanish sounds like arguing all the time. I kind of I wanted to say like maybe we could do like 2 minutes in Dutch so you can hear how frantic Dutch can sound if you're just speaking it like
really
normally.
Can.
But it's like a joke. Dutch,
I should add that as a shop thing.
But like there was like a joke. Dutch people always sound like they are terrorists. And it's like a joke and I was like, Hans, waar heb je de afstandsbediening neergelegd? Paul, ik weet het toch niet? Oh, hoe gaan we nou dat gebouw opblazen? Last sentence means, now how we're gonna blow up that building. So,
I love how you just translate the ending.
Yeah.
Not everything.
I mean,
else.
that's the. I don't know. It's if you translate the whole. Yeah, it's like where did you leave that remote?
And where the hell is it? I have
like,
no idea.
Television remote. How are we gonna blow up that building? Oh, terror. And I mean, Dutch does sound very interesting. Maybe we can still do maybe we can do the outro in Dutch or something, just to give people the heebie-jeebies.
Let's do that another time though, because my brain is not on Dutch right now.
Maybe I'll do the outro in Dutch then. I'll just ignore your existence.
But yeah, by the way, the last thing
switched between languages very easily.
Swahili does have a very big pronunciation on respecting and, honoring your elders, or not even just your elders, but anyone
Smarter
really
people.
that is you see as smarter or stronger, etc. There's always a lot of respect towards those people, and you also get a lot of that respect directly back from them.
That's not true in the Netherlands. I can
not in Dutch. In the Netherlands, no. But for example, if you are speaking to anyone older than you, doesn't mean if it's a week or 50 years. But you will always use a lot of different words than you would for normal speech. You have a specific greeting, which is "I respect you," which that's just how you can start a conversation.
It's kind of like formal forms.
Yeah, but it is specifically "I respect you," and then the person you say you respect will reply with "I agree," which to us sounds very kind of egotistical, like, yes, I do require your respect. That's how it sounds to us. But what it really means is I accept your respect, and I agree with, the fact that you feel like I am so high that I gain your respect. So it's kind of a thank you more than a, yeah, look at me, I'm so great. Which is also just really interesting. Just like blowing you up.
I am incredibly interesting to blow up.
Yeah. But yeah, we outroing.
Yeah. Should we do it in? Should I do it in Dutch?
I can try to also do it in Dutch for extra chaos.
Easy thing with me, I learn languages largely how you learn a native language. So it's kind of just like, hey, this is one language, this is another. I just switch between it. I can much more easily actually speak the language in real time because I'm not trying to translate it from my native language or anything.
I can do that too with English, but I can not at all do it with Dutch because Dutch is a stupid language and my brain is bad at it.
Maar goed. Dus dat is het einde van de stream.
Einde van de video. Einde van de stream.
Einde van de video, einde van de stream. Dikke 5 uurtjes geduurd, Matt. Het is best wel lang.
Het is lang. Lange video.
Misschien accentjes er doorheen.
Ja, tuurlijk.
Ja, natuurlijk. En altijd.
Ja.
Veel gepraat over taal was wel leuk. Over een aantal verschillende landen, natuurlijk.
Voor iedereen die nog aan het kijken is, dankjewel voor kijken. We waarderen het enorm.
Ja.
En als je op Twitch bent, dan
Ja,
ga
Twitch.
over naar de YouTube, de tube van de jij.
Jouw tube,
ja.
Jouw
Ja,
tube,
ja.
niet mijn tube.
Jouw tube, ja. En klik op de grappige knopjes daar. Ze zijn echt heel grappig. Hilarisch. Echt.
Oh.
Gewoon hahaha. Ik lach me rot.
Lach me rot. That's funny.
And
that means I laugh myself rotten.
True. It does mean I am laughing myself rotten.
Yeah.
That's a great. I love also for anyone that doesn't speak Dutch.
Yeah, this is just making
we just
no
suddenly
sense.
translate one part and they have no idea what we were talking.
Well, the people that always watch will probably know what part it's about.
True.
Ja, hilarisch.
En ja, bedankt voor kijken.
Bedankt voor het kijken.
Zien we jullie weer volgende keer. Waarschijnlijk maandag.
Waarschijnlijk, ja, maandag weer met Disco Elysium.
Maandag. Met disco, dus lekker dansen. Lekker dansen,
man.
En,
Lekker dansen,
tot de volgende keer maar weer.
And now in English. Yeah, that was the video. Thank you for watching on Twitch, on YouTube. It's a lot of fun talking about some different languages, different countries. It was very interesting. I liked it.
Yeah.
I already forget exactly what we said in
Thursday.
And
we were laughing because of the funny buttons that you should press on YouTube. They're really funny.
I am laughing myself rotten, you know.
You are laughing yourself rotten.
They are very funny.
You are stinky apple.
Whoa.
And we hope to see you again next time on Monday with Disco Elysium.
Fun dancing. That's also something we said.
Yeah.
Yes. Have a good one. Auf Wiedertschüss, as the Germans never say.